Warning. This video contains super awesome content not suitable for people who don't enjoy super awesomeness. Viewer discretion advised.
Welcome to Viewer's Choice. Your selection is about to begin. But first, take a look at what else you can see this week.
Hey, dudes, inviting you to travel through time. First stop, a long layover at the video store.
Bogus.
Wait, you've got Viewer's Choice.
Excellent.
Hello, you rotten little bloodsuckers.
America's most popular. Now get extra value. $12.50 cash back.
Rise and shine, Mr. Freeman. Rise and shine.
I want the truth! You can't handle the truth! What? Say what it is!
Let's get out of here! Like that!
When life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad! I don't want your damn lemons! What am I supposed to do with these? Demand to see life's manager. Make life rue the day it thought it could give Cave Johnson lemons. Do you know who I am? I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down with the lemons.
This is my ship, the Nebuchadnezzar. This is the core. Where we broadcast our pirate signal and hack into the matrix.
Welcome to the Nebuchadnezzar with your host, Anesto Morado, the double-headed coin, and your co-host, Pablo Morado, the Thunderbolt. Together, we are the Paramid Podcast.
Have a nice day.
The right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world.
So I want to thank you all for being here. And now, who am I introducing next? Who's next?
We love our country. I love our country. I know we all do. That's why everybody's here right now. We love our country. We take pride in the privilege of being American. And this is a moment where we can and must come together as Americans, understanding we have so much more in common than what separates us.
A disturbing development on the border crisis. Wait until you hear this. The Director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement confirms that more than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been caught at the border and then released into the United States.
A newly released image has surfaced showing a UFO that was shot down by a U.S. fighter jet over Canada in February of 2023. And it depicts what's described as a cylindrical object hovering about 40,000 feet above the Yukon just days before it was taken out of the sky.
Stop trying to justify this whole thing and admit you're in danger.
Who are you talking to right now? Clearly, don't know who you're talking to, so let me clue you in. I am not in danger, Skylar. I am the danger. A guy opens his door and gets shot, and you think that of me? No. I am the one who knocks.
Welcome to the most banned podcast on the internet with your hosts, Anesto and Pablo Morado. broadcasting to you from the depths of the Nebuchadnezzar and fighting the unseen hand in search of truth. Join us as we go digging in the valley of the real for current events, conspiracies, and paranormal phenomenon. This is the Paramid Podcast. Don't forget to follow us at paranormal.experience on Instagram, at Paramid Podcast on X, formerly known as Twitter, and Paramid Podcast on YouTube. Every follow and like gets us one step closer to exposing the fools of the deep state. So let's light a fire of wisdom and take back our sovereignty.
Welcome to the Nebuchadnezzar with your hosts, Anesto Pablo Morado! Welcome to the most banned podcast on the internet. Tonight, we're going into what is going on with Kamala Harris, what's going on around the world, your current events, your conspiracies around Mayor Adams, and much, much more. This is your Paramid Podcast, your podcast for current events, conspiracies, and paranormal phenomenon. This is show number 103. That's right, we're 103 episodes in. Can you believe it?
I can't believe it. But what happened to that cool little promo that you have in the beginning?
Which cool little? You like the? You mean this one?
Yes, I love that thing. Play it.
Yeah. So I definitely will use it more often. I was just doing a lot of things, but
which goes to show you we need a third person in this room.
Oh, for sure. I mean, a lot of big podcasts have multiple people, but it's one of the things that makes our podcast truly special is the fact that, we are a small team here. It's just you and I making it work.
Absolutely.
A lot of things going on in the world today, and in the weeks. And I mean, it's been, what does it feel like? It's been like a week or 2 weeks?
It's been 2 weeks
since we last cast, so there's a lot of things going on. What do you want to start off with first?
Right here.
All right, here we go. So let's get it going. For those that are listening, we are quietly and loudly saying to please donate.
I'm saying, how you think a nigga's supposed to get this shit? This shit money don't grow on trees. Shit don't fall out of the sky, nigga.
Come on, man.
I'm saying, how you think a nigga's supposed to get this shit? This shit money don't grow on trees. Shit don't fall out of the sky, nigga.
That's right. It does not fall out the sky, and we do our best to promote our podcast. Even before going on the air, we happen to deal with some issues with our internet, and well, I'll let Anesto tell you himself. We never stop promoting.
Yeah. How long did you gone with YouTube with the podcast?
We've been on it for 2 years.
2 years now. Okay. Well, that's a long time already. I've been actually it's sort of like a dream of mine to just start as a YouTube channel, not because of wanting to have more subscribers, but just to document my day to day, something that I could watch when I was kind of older, so I could see what is life like for me back then. So it's kind of weird, but I really wanted to do that, and also kind of podcast with some of because we have
For those that don't know, we started this podcast for people that were saying that we should start a podcast 2 years or years ago. It wasn't just 2 years ago. We were just hearing years and years
and years. You should get a podcast.
And we went ahead and did it.
And we're 103 episodes in.
That's right. So
before we start the cast, I want to just promote our Paramid supplements. We have various types of supplements. This is the thermal melt.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of which, I'm going to take some of our
this is the Fortify
infamous Brain Boost, our favorite.
This
the
is
fan fave.
This is the Thrive. And the Vital Man. Now, I might be dating myself, but there was a commercial for hair implants or these wigs. It was called Men's Hair Club for Men. And their motto was, not only am I the president, but I am also the client. So with that said, I'm going to show you that I do take these supplements myself. So first off, I start off with the gummies, which are delicious. They're brain boost. Not only is it good for your mind, but the body as a whole. Good for cognitive skills, good for your immune system, and a myriad of other things. These are made with mushrooms, and people are not aware the health benefits of mushrooms. So here we go.
That's right. And could you enlighten people on what are some of the health benefits of mushrooms?
Like I said, cognitive skills, cognitive function. Mushrooms are very good for that, for your immunity, help you fight off things that invade our body. But you're the scientist in the duo.
Well, you're the president, so
I'm not the president. I'm the VP.
You're the VP. All right. Well,
now I'm taking the thermal milk, which is a fat burner.
Well, the funny thing about these mushrooms is, for those that don't know, is the more you start diving into what these mushrooms could do, it's like a flower that just constantly opens and opens and opens. It's amazing what all these mushrooms can do. Because the other day,
Fortify right here.
I was looking for, I was specifically wondering if mushrooms could do anything with appetite suppression. And then I looked.
Thrive. This is with chaga mushrooms.
So I look on, the web, the Googles and the Chat GPTs and
the Vital Man
and the search browsers, and I'm looking around what mushrooms could actually suppress appetite. Well, it turns out that some of the mushrooms that are in the Brain Boost actually suppress appetite. So let's go over to our resident demon. What mushrooms suppress appetite? All right. And, I put this out there because a lot of people out there, like myself, all deal with appetite issues where you want to, curb what you're eating, stop the overeating, feel a little bit better with your gut. So if I put this up on screen really quickly, I don't want to digress too much here, but looking at just ChatGPT bringing this stuff up, there are several mushrooms known for their potential to help with appetite suppression. Reishi, well, what are the odds? That's in our Brain Boost. Cordyceps in our Brain Boost. Shiitake in our Brain Boost. Chagas in our Brain Boost. Lion's Mane and Maitake. As a matter of fact, all 6 mushrooms that do have appetite suppression as one of their effects is in the Brain Boost. So not only does it support your brain, it supports your body, your gut health, your immune system, and so much more. We're just scratching the surface at what these mushrooms can do. And what I like to say is the Brain Boost is not just, we're in the process of potentially rebranding the Brain Boost because I wanted to really convey here that these mushroom supplements is like a multivitamin, but instead of it being a multivitamin, it's a multi-mushroom, right? And the technicality is our advanced mushroom complex is what we call it, but essentially it's combining 10 sought after mushrooms in one delicious gummy, and each one of these mushrooms have their own benefits. Now, like any other supplement, people think that if you take it once, is it going to hit me right away? Well, believe it or not, there's some things that it could hit you right away. I've been testing this for headaches. Anybody that has headaches, I give the brain boost, and the headaches, seem to disappear. I need to be running a double-blind study to confirm these effects, but from the ones the anecdotal evidence that I've had from people that I've given the supplements to, in fact, where I work, my other business, people come to me specifically when they have headaches because they know the Brain Boost works.
You ever got these things on the corners of your eyes that looks like squiggly lines, like if it was like some kind of like white noise at the corner of your eyes? That is considered to be a migraine. And from time I get them very rarely do I get them. But sometimes I deprive myself from sleep, and I have experienced this. I pop in a brain boost. It doesn't take more than an hour before those little things that you get at the corner of your eyes. And I know people have experienced this before. It's like white noise. They disappear.
Yeah. So, these mushroom supplements are not just for you to take one off. I mean, they can help with certain things on a one-off basis, but to get the full effect, you need to be taking them once a day, every day, for your body to build up the necessary mycelium network for them to really affect your body and shed some of these old, because you got gut health issues, and you may not even know it if you got gut health issues or microbiome issues, that these mushrooms are going to help. So please, if you're looking into getting better health overall, check out the Brain Boost. You can find that at paramid.store. And don't take my word for it. Do your own research. I'm going to be doing a little bit of a video segment soon where I'm going to be getting some experts talking specifically about mushrooms. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to be doing a deep dive to find guests as aside from the Paramid podcast, where we're going to have another branch of the Paramid podcast to interview people specifically that goes in line with the Paramid supplements, so that people can hear from experts that we are not blowing smoke up your ass, that this is real good quality products that you need to better your body, your brain, and everything in your life. So
now I must stress, not only with our supplements, but supplements in general.
Yes.
They do not work instantly.
Exactly.
You got to build up. You have to let the body assimilate these supplements over time.
Which is why we thought ahead, and we give people that subscribe to the mushroom supplements a special discount, so that way you can comfortably subscribe to our supplements. You can get them every single month. You can just set it and forget it. You get your bottles in every single month, and you get a discount on top of that. So best of both worlds. We made it as simple as possible. And even if you can't afford it, you have the shop pay that can actually break it down into monthly payments as well. So there's so many ways that you can get
minimal monthly payments.
That's right.
It comes out to pennies a day. And pennies a day do two things. You better yourself health-wise, because if you don't take care of your own temple, who will?
Right.
Secondly, you help out the cast so that we can continue to do what we love, and that is provide paranormal news, because we're living in a paranormal world right now.
Right.
And current events in this strange world we call the present. I mean, it gets stranger every day. So, and this is something you're supporting a father and son team, and many of yous encouraged us to do this for years, and we're 103 episodes in. We want to grow this cast so that we can continue to engage with you guys who wanted us to do this and grow our audience. I mean, I even talked to that lady. She was Infinity what is it?
Comcast
Comcast,
Xfinity.
which is our internet provider. I even pitched it to her. So we want to grow the brand and help out the cast. We are also we've been neglecting to let you know that we have, our own swag. We have our own swag. And are you able to play the little clip?
Yeah, I can play it for you.
So if you guys are interested in our new logo tees, it's going to be a very simple tee, one color shirt, one color design, nothing complicated. You could hit us up on theparamid@gmail.com, and I'll give you the particulars, how much the t-shirts are going to cost, how long it is going to take it to get to you, and you can pre-order them now. But again, shoot us an email or instant mail us on any other platforms, and we'll get the teas to you. We want to do everything possible to support this cast. I mean, as of lately, after I trashed my laptop, I am very happy with this system that I just bought. I bought it for peanuts on Amazon, and it's working great. It's a refurbished computer. We're not looking for top of the line. We just need something that works. So as for now, I got a new PC, and I'm happy with it. But without your help, this cast is going to struggle. And I was discussing with the Warlock how much TV has changed. I used to set the clock by my programming when I was a kid. We had limited access. We had ABC, NBC, CBS, Channel 5, and Channel 11. Channel 5 and Channel 11 was for the everyday stuff.
Okay.
Right? We would watch The Little Rascals, Voltron, The Transformers, Thundercats. That was an everyday thing. They all came on different times. Transformers, 7 o'clock in the morning. You would get the new episodes. Thundercats, 4 o'clock in the evening. Rush home to get to see those Thundercats. And at nighttime, that's when they used to hit the major networks. What were my shows? Knight Rider. Couldn't miss an episode of Knight Rider. For a brief stint, there was a show called Manimal, which I loved, which was about a galipote who would change from a bird to a lion. That was Manimal. Then the sitcoms, Cheers. Never missed an episode of Cheers.
Okay.
And everything was on a time. But now, as we enter the new millennia and this new world of streaming and all, you don't set your time anymore. But what we want to do with this cast is every evening you get yourself situated, you deal with your family, you cook for your family, do everything you need, and then you say to yourself, let me see what these crazy dudes on the Paramid podcast are up to today. put it on the computer. You nestle yourself in a comfortable spot in your home, either your bedroom or your living room, wherever you feel comfortable. My room is the sunroom. No matter how cold it is or how hot it is, I'm out there. So you get yourself a cup of joe, a little snack, turn on your computer, and here we are. We usually have a 3.5-hour show. Sometimes we go long, sometimes we go short, depending what we have time for on any particular Sunday.
All right.
So this could be a routine for you. I want to hit up Chang. Thank you for watching, my brother. I miss you, dude. You got to come out here. I know we're at the seams here at Narnia, but we'll make room for you. You got to come out here for a weekend. Thank you for tuning in. But again, you can set your clock every Sunday evening. Just keep on popping in because we don't have a certain time. Why? Because we struggle with the technology. Today, we were struggling with the technology with internet speed.
Right.
Which is why. Oh, thank you, my brother.
That's the thing, we gotta find a way.
Chan just gave me a happy birthday.
Ah.
The reason we weren't on last Sunday was because I was celebrating my birthday.
That's right.
We went out and we got some very good Vietnamese cuisine.
That's right.
Which I'm gonna take you, Chang, so we could go. They got a pretty cool rickshaw on that. Remember the rickshaw?
Yeah.
I want to take these guys, the whole family, out to Chan and the clan to eat some Vietnamese cuisine.
So for Anesto Morado, we're gonna play a little bit of.
Yes.
Dumber every time I hear you speak, is what she said last time.
Thank you, sir.
Right.
Yes, Mr. Chang. Yes, bring cigars. I just got a little project. I'm gonna refurbish a wine cooler, and I'm gonna make it into this huge humidor, which I'm excited to do. Mr. Pablo found somebody threw out.
Well, yeah, I mean, they were just getting rid of it. It wasn't like out on the street. I literally got it from their apartment into my hands.
So it's a wine cooler, and usually wine cooler do not come with Spanish cedar inside. This one came with Spanish cedar inside, which is perfect for aging cigars. So even though it's a cooler, I'm not gonna plug it in. I'm just going to leave it as is. I'm going to get a nice, I think it's called a hygrometer.
Okay.
They sell these electronic ones that work on battery. I'm going to stick it in there with a bunch of those packets, and I'm going to start stuffing that.
Boiler packets?
Yeah. And I'm going to start stuffing that wine cooler with some good stock. Chang has very good taste in cigars, so I'm looking forward to having a smoke.
The goal at the end of this is maybe at some point in the studio, maybe not exactly in Narnia, but at some point, we might actually be sharing a stove live on the cast. So that would be the idea.
Absolutely.
But everything doesn't happen overnight. One step at a time. But before we digress, we're heading into a half hour into the show. So let's kick it into high gear and get things started off. And let's start off with some current events before we get into our AM PM game show. So let's get some current events in.
Absolutely.
right, we got.
I like that. I like that.
So, you didn't see the Kamala Harris Oprah. What is it called? The Unite for America rally, right?
No, I didn't see it. I think I saw some clips, but this is a rally or an interview?
It was a rally.
No, I didn't see no. I saw an interview.
Yeah, it's like an interview / rally.
Which I saw.
They called it the Unite for America rally.
Oprah was like helping her along. Like,
well,
Oprah was carrying her on her back on what I saw.
Well, I want to play a little bit of the beginning because I think you get a lot of the game plan when you see the intro of this. So I'm gonna play this really quickly here.
Okay.
And just give me your opinion. Tell me what sticks out of you in the intro of this Unite. Now, this was a few days ago. This was done about 10 days ago. So we're a little late on the ball with this. But nonetheless, I would love to hear your perspective, specifically on who is showing up to support. All right, so here we go.
Okay.
Tonight, we're calling on people from across our great country who are fired up for Vice President Kamala Harris. After an electrifying Democratic National Convention, Kamala Harris raised record-breaking campaign donations, became a viral sensation, and then the world watched her step into her power and dominate that debate.
You're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me.
In an unprecedented surge, grassroots coalitions have organized in lightning speed, creating
into
a
her
tidal wave
power.
of support.
Were you in the meeting last night?
For guys who saw this debate, right? They're considering that she won this debate, right?
Yeah.
And there's a consensus.
Remember, I predicted this.
You did.
I predicted this live in the cast. The question was out there. Who do you think is going to win? And I specifically said that they're going to gaslight the American public into thinking that Kamala Harris won the debate.
Now, that is the national consensus. Even Republicans alike believe that she won. But why did she win? Because I got no information from her. There's nothing that she said.
The reason they claim that she won is because she was able to get Trump a little riled up.
Over the crowd sizes.
And they claim that because, you see, the thing is, although it's factual, you could pull it up. It is Donald Trump didn't pull this out of his ass when he said that Haitians are eating dogs and pets.
Okay, but bite your tongue.
Mm-hmm.
He did not specifically say Haitians.
Well, he said people are.
He
was referring to the illegal Haitian migrants.
But they have a tendency, to take things out of context, right? But he says the immigrants, illegal,
are eating
they're
pets.
even eating the dogs.
Right.
Now, that is factual.
Mm-hmm.
There are several reports
Mm-hmm.
that stem out of Springfield, Ohio, where they've seen illegal immigrants snatch ducks and geese from their parks and take them for consumption.
Mm-hmm.
That ain't a lie. There's also reports where a lady lost her cat.
Mm-hmm.
And she looked to her neighbor, and to her horror, her cat was dangling like a deer.
Wow.
So, and let's say these reports that were on the news, let's say they were false, right?
Mm-hmm.
They did report them.
Right.
So now,
Yeah,
Donald Trump is getting, a lot
flack
of
for
flack
even mentioning
it. But hey, it was you, the media, that
reported
it. So
of course.
So now
and they're using that to spin. But the thing is that Donald Trump, all he needed to do, and that's the thing. That's why even Republicans are kind of like, dude, you kind of messed up because you had what in baseball they call it a meatball, right? Or in basketball it's a layup.
Right.
You know, it's an easy thing to do. All you had to do was say, "Oh yeah, well, how come you haven't done that already? Since you are already the vice president, right? What everything that you're gonna say, well and valid, understood. Why haven't you done that already, right? Or why are we dealing with this now when you are the vice president?" That's all he needed to bring it back to.
Well, let me tell you something. I said this once, and I say it again.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot cage a tiger.
Right.
A tiger is a tiger no matter what.
Right.
If you try to cage a tiger, he's still going to remain, but he's going to get frustrated in that cage.
Right.
Right? So they try to cage Donald Trump by telling him to change it up. Don't be so aggressive. Try it.
Well, my perspective is that the people like my mentor, right? The people that are multimillionaires and that are in business, that are cutthroat and have competition and need to be on their P's and Q's because their competition is constantly looking at them, looking for a way to cut them out of the market, right? You can't mess up in business because you make one mistake, your competition's going to gobble you up, right?
Right.
So they expect the best out of Donald Trump because he has this business background, right? And what I mean by the best is in that debate, he fell for basically because
he fell for the trap.
I'm in sales, right? Kamala sold him. He didn't sell Kamala, right? Kamala sold him on whatever it is that she was trying to get him riled up about. She sold him on it because whatever.
But that's fine. Like,
but that in terms of the elite people that are like in the Republicans specifically that are like giving it to Kamala Harris, and I can kind of see where they're coming from. Because they're saying, listen, dude, you're supposed to be the GOAT here. I need you to act like the GOAT and not, fumble the ball.
But that's my where I'm getting at with this. And where I'm getting at with this is, this guy, he's the GOAT, right? When it comes to debates.
Right.
This guy defeated seasoned politicians. Hold on a second. I'm getting a little problem here with my mic.
Uh-oh. But let's not digress too much here because there's a specific thing that I wanted.
Okay, but let me finish my thought. Okay. This whole tiger scenario. He won the debate. I mean, he won the presidency, 2016, right? By being this monster, this guy who is not refrained, who is uncut, right? This is how he got up to the presidency, right? He was saying things that people wanted to say, but they didn't have the balls to do it. He was that politician that nobody can shut up,
right?
But in this debate, he seemed refrained. He seemed like he was holding back. And you saw that he was holding
because
back.
He had to.
Right, but I believe that's a mistake. I believe that he should have nailed her in many, like, for example, they asked her, how are you going to improve the economy? she goes on to this speech that she has rehearsed in her mind. I come from a middle class family. And she went into, she said that already like 5 times verbatim.
Oh, I mean, everything that she does is rehearsed.
I would have said, okay, now that you said that rehearsed monologue, now really tell us how you're going to do it. How are you going to do it?
Right. No, not only how, but being that you're already in the office, what is preventing you or preventing the Democrats specifically from getting that particular thing done? Because she constantly refers back to Trump as a reason why there's something not being done. There's something they can't do. But she's not referring to, now that the Democrats are in power, what is holding them back? She never says why. And she just puts the onus on Trump. Meanwhile, Trump hasn't been in office.
Okay, so I'm going to be Trump for a couple seconds, right? You're saying, why didn't she do it? Right? A true Trump answer would be, let's face it, you're a puppet. So is Joe Biden. Why haven't you done it? It's because you're being guided by the marionette.
Right. But who's the marionette?
Well,
the Chinese government. Would you please look into it?
Exactly.
China,
China. and
the Kung Flu.
And there's a reason. It's not because of me, because I wanted to build the wall.
Right.
You were dead set against me building the wall.
And in the segment that they were talking about immigration, I mean, that is his whole platform. That's why he ran in 2016 on build the wall.
Right, and they balked at every time that he said it. But furthermore, right? She tells him, "Oh, we did this great plan. Us with our team came up with this great plan, and he called up his cronies, his Republican buddies, and told them not to pass the bill." I would have said, damn, then I'm that powerful.
Right.
I'm not even president.
Right.
I'm not even president.
Right.
I'm able to do that. And if I'm able to do that, and you have your fact checking, right? Where's the proof that I did that?
Right.
Show us the proof.
Right.
I didn't say I did that. You're assuming.
Right.
And then right there, I would have did one of my favorite shows, The Odd Couple, where Tony Randall says, when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me. Because you're assuming I made that phone call.
Right.
You got proof of that phone call? People told you I made that phone call? That's Donald Trump.
Right.
Not these, subdued answers. And no.
Right.
Fuck that shit. People are voting for you because you talk off the cuff. You talk what comes into your mind.
And he could have easily brought up the idea, the notion. Well, first of all, let me also mention that I agreed to the platform that you wanted, to the criterion you wanted, to being fact checked, to having my mic muted, and everything is on your side of the aisle. Why don't you why don't you play on my turf? Play on my turf for a little bit and see how you like it. Let's see how things work on my turf. Or
but besides all that, right? It's a fucking shame.
Right.
That what wins a debate, it's not policy.
No.
It's you rattling the other side.
Right. And it has nothing to do with us, the American people. But
I've stated many times, it's not that I'm a Trumper.
Right.
I'm not a Republican.
There was not a viable solution given by anybody, both Trump or Kamala. They both failed on those things.
They did.
They both
of them.
failed.
But I don't. I got more information off of Donald Trump than I got from Kamala Harris was just giving you rehearsed lines.
Right.
So how did that win the debate? I don't know. It goes to show you.
Well, they wanted to see this here. They wanted to see this from him. Yeah.
Prosecutor, and that Senator Harris says she's proud of her record as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor president, but I'm deeply concerned about this record. There are too many examples to cite, but she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana. She blocked evidence. She blocked evidence that would have freed an innocent man from death row until the courts forced her to do so. She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California. And she fought to keep cash bail system in place that impacts poor people in the worst kind of way.
You wanted to see more of that.
Okay, but there's a problem with that. You know what the problem is?
What's the problem?
And this is why he was so subdued.
Because you rile up the other side.
No.
Then what?
We're living in this new world where if you get into the gridiron, right? Using it in football terms, and you don the uniform and you put on the helmet, I don't care who you are, woman, man, trans woman, trans man, whatever your pronoun is, I'm going to go out and decimate you on the gridiron.
Right.
But now we're living in such a sensitive, there's a term for it. It's so homogenized that you cannot.
Censored.
It's not censorship. It's the word I'm looking for is now you gotta like be aware that she's a woman. So you cannot attack her because she's a woman. And not only is she a woman, she's a woman of color.
Well, I think he went into the debate with the right idea that, you know, his idea or intent is because obviously he's on a Democratic platform to bring some of those Democrats to the Republicans.
I understand that.
And that you can't really attack her because that's not really going to bring them over. Or maybe
so if it was a dude,
I don't know.
We're living in this sensitive world where there are like these things that you cannot do. Oh, she's a woman. You gotta no. You don the uniform. I'm not gonna
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that he could have.
I'm not gonna tackle you because you're a woman.
He should have done and could have done.
If you want to play football, we're gonna play football.
Right.
So he had to abandon that stuff of this sensitivity, that, oh, she's a woman of color, she's black. And be quite honest, she's not black.
Well, she's Indian.
She's Indian.
Right. But if that even mattered, then Vivek would be the presidential nominee.
She's sometimes from the South. She changes she flip-flops with. Nobody knows the true Kamala. So my whole thing is, and I digress,
and
you go on the field, I'm going to treat you. I don't care who you are.
Right.
If you're legally on that field as part of my opposing team, I'm gonna take you down.
Well, we also have to consider the other part of this whole thing is we have to agree that this is fabricated. This is all a dog and pony. This is all what this is wrestling. We're watching wrestling. Right?
Absolutely.
And as much as you love your character, as much as you love your guy,
forget that. I tend to forget.
As much as you love your guy, There's a guy behind there that's saying, you feel that sting? That's pride fucking with you.
Right.
You know, ignore that feeling and just take a dive.
Look, I just saw the whole documentary about what's this guy's name? McMahon, what's his name?
Vince McMahon.
Vince McMahon. Saw the whole thing. This fucking guy. I stopped watching wrestling in like 88, 89. It was just not my thing anymore.
Right.
I didn't know the progression of what, you know.
Oh, it progressed since because when you stopped watching is when I started watching.
I never knew that this guy, Vince McMahon, put on this persona of the evil.
Yeah.
I didn't know all and that
that was my era of wrestling.
And that his family was involved and his daughter. I didn't know none of that because I stopped watching.
That's my era, yeah.
But this fucking guy was brilliant. He took a rinky-dink wrestling company,
right,
and
blew it up,
to the point that the WCW. I didn't know this, by the way, because I'm not into wrestling anymore. The last time I watched wrestling was with Ricky the Dragon Steamboat and Superfly Jimmy Snuka and
way back.
Yeah, and Randy Nacho Man. That was I didn't know.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Great character, by the way.
But it was a character. That's the thing.
And then I saw the whole documentary, and you're absolutely right. This political shit that's happening, it's all fucking wrestling.
It's all wrestling.
I tend to forget it. And you know what?
That's why Donald Trump played ball. Because if he wants to continue, if he wants to be participating in the game, if Vince McMahon tells you you're going to lose, you're going to lose.
And in that documentary, there was like this guy, what's his name? He was one of the Anvil Neidhart. I think it was Jim the Anvil Neidhart. But he was part of the Hart Brothers at one time. He was changing from the WWF to the WCW.
Okay.
And because, you know, Vince McMahon gave him a ridiculous contract that he couldn't, you know, so Vince McMahon said, look, I can't pay you this thing that I'm going to let you out of the contract. This is the loophole. Just go over, make your money in the WCW, but you got to lose your title. And he was like, I'm not losing that title. Not in Canada. No way. And guess what? They were wrestling. They got him in a move. And Vince McMahon, he forced the guy with the bell to ring the bell, and he lost. And this guy, well, I don't know if it's Jim the Anvil Neidhart, but he was this Hart dude. And he got so upset that he lost. This wasn't scripted. He spit in Vince McMahon's face because Vince McMahon made him lose, even though he wasn't supposed to lose.
But that's exactly what happens. So that's what we do here on this podcast. We're trying to figure out who is the Vince McMahon behind the American politicians. Who is this guy? Is it George Soros? Who's this guy that's telling Donald Trump, stand down? You can't be your normal self. Who is this guy feeding this information to come out? Because we know Kamala Harris doesn't know all this information. Where is she pulling this out
That's
from?
an interesting take. Who is the Vince McMahon?
Who is this guy?
And so you actually think this Vince McMahon is even controlling Donald Trump?
I think so. Because just like you said, if you're going to don the uniform, you got to play the game.
And I think this is why. See, now we're segueing into why they want to kill him.
Oh.
Because he's doing exactly what Bruce Willis. It's going to sting.
Right. Well, that's the thing, right? He's doing a Bruce Willis. He's saying, well, I'm going to do what I'm going to do anyway. But I think there's a twofold here because I was going into it. We're digressing.
Oh, yes. Brett the Hitman Hart.
Okay.
Thank you, Chang.
So I was looking into it, and if you think about it, if somebody was born or somebody was, let's say, 12 years old in 2016, right, when they started talking negatively about Trump,
Mm-hmm.
now in 2024, they're 21 years old. So from the age of 12 to 21, all you're getting fed is that Trump is a Hitler. Trump is the worst. Is the reason why we're going in a negative direction. Trump is, racist. Trump is, all these things about Trump that he's gonna upend democracy. That if Trump wins, he's gonna make
it's gonna be the end of democracy.
and all this other stuff. So imagine you growing up from 12 years old all the way into college with this information. What is a percentage of Democrats versus Republicans in public schools? Do you know what that is?
I don't.
What would you say is the number of Democrats
The
versus
ratio.
the ratio? Like what percentage of teaching staff is Democrat in the schooling system?
I'm gonna give you an outrageous number.
Okay.
I'm gonna say 70% of the teaching staff are on the side of the Democrats.
Okay, so I'm gonna look this up here because I'm gonna go based off what is fact.
All the way up into in college, they're even worse.
Right.
I would say in college they're like 80%.
Okay, so you're saying the percentage of Democrats as school teachers is 70%.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so let's see here. It says here Pacific Research Institute states, I'm going to put this up on the screen here, that 90%, what does it say? Hold on. 97 Democrats for every 3 Republicans.
Whoa.
97% are Democrats.
And I thought I was given a large number.
By saying 70. 97% of teachers are Democrats. So imagine being crammed, all this negative talk about Donald Trump for years on end. I don't know if this was going on when you were going to school, but when they were mentioning Hitler, did anybody have the notion when you were growing up, like, if I ever saw Hitler, I'll beat the shit out of him? Like, did anybody have that kind of thought experiment? Like, if they ever happened to see Hitler across the street, they would kill him? Or
absolutely.
That's what people are thinking of when they think of Donald Trump, and it only takes one person to act. Because Hitler, you can't do it; he's dead. But Donald Trump is there, right?
Well,
how many students does it need to influence before one person gets the notion of doing it?
Can we sidetrack and I can give you a little story about little Anesto Morado?
All right, but remember we're at 59, so we got time is of the essence here.
6th grade, Anesto Morado, right, is in his favorite subject. I sucked at math, would fail at every. I managed to squeeze by math, on a 65, barely passing. Never been a math guy. But science, social studies, history were my favorite subjects, right? And I remember I had a teacher named Mr. Borges, right? And he was teasing the fact that we were going to go from the American Revolution and American history into World War II, and discussing, how we got to, after we unpack World War I, we're gonna see how World War I made an evil man like Hitler and made the mistake of saying, yes, Hitler, yes, I'm dying to get into this subject. After the class, Mr. Boyd just said, come here. Why are you so... You know that Hitler was a bad man, right? And I was like, yeah, this is why I'm excited to learn about. Because I was excited to know, how did this evil man
become where he...
How did this guy attain power even though he was this evil man?
Kind of very similar to what Kamala Harris, because he was kind of like given a position and then he kind of like got escalated into power as opposed to being elected into power. But go ahead.
Well, it's deeper than that. But the fact that I was excited to learn about Hitler gave this teacher pause and be like, you gotta like, initially what he told me is, don't be excited to learn about Hitler. Be excited about the history of World War II, because you're stepping on toes by getting happy because we're going to discuss Hitler. And I didn't really, because he didn't understand what I was getting at. But the same thing is, now that I'm an adult, and this guy was a monster. Hitler was a monster.
Of course.
But even though he was a monster, he is a fascinating individual.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely fascinating.
I mean, the more you learn, the more crazy, the more it makes sense why that happened.
This guy was ahead of his time. The only mistake that Hitler made was his vendetta against the Jews in the concentration camps. But if you snip what he did against the Jews and you snip that out, this guy, he was...
Which I believe that might be attributed to drugs. He might have been, there was a lot of meth use, a lot of drug use that he was doing. And it could easily be a drug thing.
They were giving it to the troops.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, what's it called? The Vikings, to prepare for war, they would take mushrooms, right? And they would go into battle, seeing all these kinds of weird visuals because they were fighting literal monsters in their mind, but they were human beings, right? It allowed them to see monsters as opposed to, because you know how psychedelics make you, so it allowed them to be more ruthless in war, right? So it could very well be the things that he was taking, just as a person is quick to rob something or quick to hurt somebody, and their thought has nothing to do
not candy
with their
Hitler was an anti-Semite.
Oh, of course, but I'm saying what could have
Jew hater.
What could have
but he did, in his own twisted mind, he did have reasons to hate the Jews.
Well,
but we're digressing.
He is on another path, but again, we are digressing.
But the reason that we're discussing this monster named Hitler is because
history is repeating itself.
History is repeating itself, and you bringing up a very interesting topic about the ratio of Democrats and Republicans in the school system.
Right.
You lost a friend.
Right, specifically because
of the school system.
Right.
Because you went against the status quo.
Not only friend, but he was family.
He was family. Have you spoken to him ever since?
He said I was dead to him, and he stuck by it.
See, this is and he wasn't thinking like that
Not
until he started college.
Yeah, I haven't been any different. But again, when you have 97% of people, of teachers, cramming into students' head that Republicans are dangerous and there are bad people. And quite frankly, I'm not a Republican. I'm not anything. I'm not any of them. I don't participate. Just like I stopped. When you get old enough to a point where you start realizing what are you watching wrestling for? Because you outgrow it. I outgrew, and I think a lot of people outgrew this political system. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So to me, either one is just watching wrestling. I'm done watching wrestling. I don't want to watch. I prefer the real thing. I watch UFC now. You know, that's what I like. I want to see the real thing. I want to see real people trying to solve real problems.
Ironically, in this
UFC and the
ironically, the UFC, Donald Trump's son wanted to invest into the UFC.
But ironically also, the same company that owns UFC also runs the WWE.
But that came much later.
Right.
But before the UFC became what it is now, in that documentary, his son was way ahead of the curve. And you know what Jim McMahon told him?
What?
That me investing in the UFC will happen when I die. Because I'm never going to invest in the UFC. And he gave him a knife and said, the only way you're going to get that is by you taking this knife and plunge it right here.
Wow.
Spoiler alert. But I mean, this is a documentary.
This
he
happened.
Said, plunge, do it. Plunge it right here. You want to get what you want? Do it. Do it. So, and then in the documentary, like sometime after that, the UFC was sold for a ridiculous amount of money, and they would have made some big money off that investment.
Well, they lost out. But again, let's do our best because there's a specific
to
stay on track here because we're already an hour 8 into the cast. So I want you to see specifically the intro of this Unite for Night for America rally with Vice President Kamala
Look what
Harris.
digression does. I even forgot that we were discussing the intro.
So we only got a few seconds into the intro here. So let's see what is going on with this. We only got 46 seconds in before we digress down an hour.
Let's do it.
All right, here we go.
It all started the night Kamala Harris announced her candidacy. Advocacy group Win with Black Women, a collective of thousands of black women leaders from around the country, founded by Joteka Edie, hosted a Zoom call to support the campaign. Within hours, they raised $1.6 million and had so many people on the line, they almost broke Zoom, y'all.
I was on Zoom with 44,000 other black women who were all focused on getting this woman to the White House.
Win with Black Women was the original spark that inspired over 100 other groups to organize their own Zooms for Kamala, like Win with Black Men, White Women Answer the Call, White Dudes for Harris, Jewish Women for Kamala.
Be the badass Jewesses that I know you all are.
Comics for Kamala.
You saw that, right? You saw who that was?
Rewind it because I was messing with my mic.
Go back. Who you know who this person is?
Oh my God! Yeah, that's the Sopranos lady.
Not only the Sopranos lady, but she's also from
I forget her name.
Curb Your Enthusiasm. She's that guy Jeff's wife.
That's not the Sopranos lady.
No,
I'm confusing her with with Nurse.
This is the Jeff's wife and
Jeff's wife.
The pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Well, she's on the Kamala train.
Yeah, all badass Jewesses that I know you all are.
Comics for Kamala.
She is the president America needs.
Swifties for Kamala.
First of all, I am a Swiftie.
Even cat ladies for Kamala.
Come on, cat ladies!
Tonight, for the first time, we are uniting all the groups together in one place with a single purpose: elect Kamala Harris, President of the United States.
Thank you. God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America.
Pause it. You know, you see that whole thing that you're seeing right here? Would you believe if I told you she did the same thing for Donald Trump?
Oh, I'm sure she did.
Donald Trump was the bee's knees for her before he even thought about
going into
the presidency.
of course. But I just want you to see who the people that endorse Kamala Harris. Let's just see here. Come on.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining us. Everybody on screen, thank you. Thanks for joining us for this very special event, Unite for America! And that's exactly what we're doing live tonight, uniting from Farmington Hills in Oakland County, Michigan. We have 400 people in our audience and thousands more. Hello, all of you on screen. Hello, everybody on screen. Thousands more joining us on screen. And I am here because I care deeply about the future of our country. And I know that all of you do too. You care about the future of our country. And we just saw on this tape this grassroots, people-powered movement behind Kamala Harris has unleashed a unifying force unlike anything we've seen in politics in a very long time. And I know lots of people are feeling it because it actually is hope and joy rising. And there's been a, can you feel it? You can feel it. You can feel it. You can feel it.
I don't feel it. I don't feel it.
You can feel it. There's been so much talk. There's been so much talk about that word joy, and I think it's such a good thing because it means that there is a real feeling of optimism and hope, making that comeback, as Michelle Obama said, for this new day that's no longer on the horizon. The new day is actually here. We're in it. We're living it. So let me tell you how this event began. I was on the phone.
Okay.
No, was you playing that?
That's the sheep.
Oh.
With Joteka Edie, founder of Win with Black Women. We're going to be talking to her a little later on. And we were talking about all the groups inspired by Win with Black Women who had 47,000 women on one call 3 hours after Kamala Harris announced that she was going to be running. 3 hours afterwards, 47,000 women were on the phone. And Joteka and I were talking, wouldn't it be great if we brought all the groups together, because that phone call inspired all the other groups. And so we said, wouldn't it be great if we brought all the groups together at one time? And that's why we're here. So we have the Cat Ladies for Kamala here. Rural Americans for Harris. Caregivers for Kamala. Train lovers for Harris Waltz. I didn't know there were train lovers. Train lovers, chefs for Kamala, love that group. Republicans for Harris, love that group even more. We've got
Republicans for Harris.
This is the biggest infomercial I have ever seen.
Let's finish watching all the people that endorse her.
Swifties, where are you? Swifties for Kamala! And in addition to thousands of you all who I am just meeting here tonight on screen, I see some faces I recognize. There's Brian Cranston. Hey, Brian.
Hey. Hello, hello, hello.
Where are you? Brian Cranston!
No.
I hear Chris Rock is in the house. Chris, where are you? Chris Rock is in the house.
That I don't care about.
Ben Stiller, Jennifer Lopez.
No. Wait till you hear their stories. I'm waiting for this to proceed forward.
Tracy
here.
Ellis Ross. Jennifer Lopez. Where are you, Jennifer? Yes. Tracy Ellis Ross, where are you? Tracy Ellis, where are you on the screen? Tracy Ellis. Julia Roberts, where are you? And Miss Meryl Streep is in the house.
Pause it.
So glad to have.
No, this is serious.
Yes.
No, this is serious.
Okay.
You know why?
What?
Everyone. Wow, I'm getting goosebumps about this. Holy shit, I'm coming up with something like this shit is hitting me hard. Like I didn't see this.
That's why I'm playing it here.
This is hitting me really hard.
Because you saw clips, but they didn't clip this out.
I didn't see clip. I saw clips of her interviewing Kamala.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You saw the clips
I
of the
didn't
meet.
see this, but the reason that this is hitting me hard is, unbeknownst to her, to Oprah Winfrey. See, we don't think the way all those people that are there.
Right.
We're tapped into another ether.
Right.
And this guy, Mayor Adams, right?
Oh, we're going to talk about him in the conspiracy segment.
I'm linking this to this, right? One of his major charges is that he was getting money from who?
Oh, a foreign diplomat, I think it was.
No, he was getting money from the Turkish government.
Turkish government, okay.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with Turkish Airlines?
No, not familiar, no.
Turkish Airlines is an entity that's come out of Turkey, of course.
Right.
And they're trying to muscle in the airline industry. And they were using Mayor Adams, paying him all this money to bolster his campaign. But at the same time, and for people that are watching, fact check me because I'm not 100%, but they wanted to do something with the consulate in New York.
Yes. They want. I think Turkey wanted to have a consulate, so they figured they would put it in New York. That's where they wanted it.
And I think that by them giving Mayor Adams this money, he was going to facilitate that.
Right.
I'm not 100% on that. But because of that, I was listening to the radio, and a lot of Hollywood actors have done commercials for Turkish Airlines. And a lot of those people that Oprah Winfrey is announcing that they're here on this Unite whatever are the same ones that are getting paid exorbitant amount of money by the Turkish government.
Well, of course. I mean, follow the money. They're just money
but
whores.
there's a trend here, right? All these people in that audience, if you talk to them, They're pro-Palestine.
Mm-hmm.
There's something going on. There's something going on. This is why there's going to be a world war.
Oh, we're already in World War III.
Then it has to deal with this.
And I got news on that too.
I'm trying to, because this is happening right now, live. I haven't taken a deep dive.
Right.
But my spider sense is saying, what is the connection with Turkey, which is now slowly but surely become a thorn on the Americans? Because we're not so great with Turkey right now.
Right.
How they're supporting these American actors and like Morgan Freeman, Jennifer Lopez. A lot of actors are doing things for the Turkish government that Jim McMahon, something's cooking.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Something big is cooking.
Oh, yeah.
And
just wait till you hear the reasons why this, because I'm going to play a few, but just wait till you hear the reasons why they're supporting.
The hairs on the back of my neck.
Listen to the reason why they're supporting Kamala Harris. Check.
Wow.
Just check this out here. So I'm going to put this back on screen.
Everything traces back to China.
Yep. They're very strategic, and it's a mistake to overlook China. And all these people, first of all, they're the ones that created karate to begin with, right? Karate comes out of China, right? And then China and Japan are basically it came out from that region, martial arts and fighting. And then at the same time, these people are extremely intelligent. I mean, any Asian in any school in
Karate's Chinese or Japanese?
Well, the word karate is Japanese, but the martial art comes from China first,
Like
and then
the Shaolin monks,
right, and then branches to karate in Japan. So but that martial art comes from China.
Kung Fu is Chinese.
Right.
Okay.
So, that being said, just listen to the reasons.
I just want the people to know that are watching this show, don't fall for the okie doke. All these actors, they're paid. These are bought by the Chinese government. I bet you if you start doing a deep dive on all these actors, Robert De Niro included, they're all getting handouts from the Chinese government. Now, they're doing the same thing that BlackRock does. All these ghost companies, what do you call those shell companies?
Yeah.
By way of those shells, these actors and actresses are getting paid to support Kamala Harris.
Right.
Keep playing it.
And just for a quick fact check here, so karate originated from the Ryukyu Kingdom, now known as Okinawa, Japan, but its roots trace back to the combination of the local Okinawan fighting styles and the martial arts from China. So there you go.
Now, your reason for bringing martial arts into this conversation is?
I forgot. I said something about how
they're very smart and
because people overlook Chinese. Like if you look in movies and whatever, they'll quickly make fun of a Chinese person. They'll make belittle them or whatever. But in reality, Chinese people are very smart. All they needed to do is put their little bit of ingenuity towards revenge for anybody, and they could excel very well in anything they want to do.
You've mentioned before this game that they like to play.
Go. Yeah.
This is Go for the Chinese people.
Oh, yes. But again, people, it was true when I was going to school, but a lot of the smartest kids in the class were Chinese. A lot of the, adept people, Chinese people, just don't sleep on them, period. Because, they might be a whole world away, an ocean away, but if they are on a mission, best you believe you got to keep your eye on
themselves, but the government. It's the government.
Well, the government, that is, I agree, their culture, but the people as a whole, don't sleep on them. Don't make them, don't think that they're not capable of anything because they look small or frail or what have you, or whatever.
No.
Because let me tell you, some of the small, frail ones could do some damage. Don't sleep on.
And let me tell you this: the government, even though they're on American soil, those Chinese people that are here, they're afraid and they are controlled.
Oh, yeah.
And I have friends,
yeah,
I got close friends, and I have witnessed something that I was like, whoa.
Right.
Where they were like, please don't post this on social media or anything. They not to expose too much, but I was privy to a good life. Let's put it to you that way.
Yeah.
And the reason they told me, please don't put this on social media, is because the person that was giving us all this VIP treatment, he was being, for lack of a better word, subsidized.
Right. And they know how to get you. These people are very
Play the clip
smart.
Because this clip is they're calling Donald Trump Hitler.
Yes, they are.
Whoa.
But let's continue here. Just to get to the reasons why they support her, and then we can move on. All right.
All of you familiar faces and those of you who are not yet familiar to all of us. Okay, Brian, so happy to have you here tonight. Brian Cranston, what do you want to say? Why did you want to join us here tonight?
I'm just smiling from ear to ear, Oprah. I have never felt this much joy and optimism in a campaign in a long time. So I'm just so appreciative of Kamala to be able to bring back that sense of optimism and to squash the cynicism and the vitriol and the rancor that just seems to be floating all around Washington. And I hope that we're going to ride this wave into Washington. I'm here to support. I can't be happier than this candidate. I think she's going to be a terrific president.
Thank you, Brian Cranston.
What did he
say? Clearly don't know who you're talking to, so let me clue you in. I am not in danger, Skylar. I am the danger. A guy opens his door and gets shot, and you think that of me? No. I am the one who knocks.
Wow, this is sad, bro.
Yeah.
This is sad. This is total manipulation.
What optimism?
This is sad, bro. This country's in fucking trouble, bro.
But just a little bit of the explanation. You're gonna sense a theme of why they support her. But
thanks, Brian. Thank you so much for joining us all the way from London, Chris Rock. So it's the middle of the night there. You're the one who told me. Remember, Chris and I ran into each other this summer, and Chris, no matter where you meet him, he's funny. He goes, there's going to be weeping in the streets. Are we ready for the weeping in the streets? When Kamala Harris becomes president of the United States of America. Christy, what do you want to say, sir?
I've always been a fan of Kamala, even back when she was running for. I remember writing her a check when she was like the district attorney for something. Maybe it was to get out of a parking ticket or something. But I've been writing her checks for a long time, and I just want to bring my daughters to the White House to meet this black woman president.
That's a reason. That's a reason.
I think she would make a great president. I'm ready to turn the page, man.
Yeah.
All the hate, the negativity, it's gotta stop.
Yeah, we're so sick of the negativity. Thank you so much, Chris, for being up this early in the morning in London. Thank you. Ben Stiller. Ben Stiller, I heard you were on the comics for Kamala, and so I want to know where all the comics.
What happened?
It froze.
Kamala.
So Chris Rock's rationale is because he was paying her for quite some time. You heard that, right?
Yeah, he was giving her.
He was giving her money for what?
When she was going for district attorney, so he can get out of parking tickets.
He said he was paying her to get her out of parking tickets. What are you paying her for?
Keep playing.
They were, and I didn't outdo anyone. I was probably the least fun of all the comics. But it was really, I mean, it was great though, because everybody was so energized. And I mean, I got to go to the convention and see her speech, which was just incredible, and feeling that energy, feeling kind of going from a stop Trump mode into a go Kamala mode, the people starting to, really hear what.
Now, for those that are watching this, right, these celebrities that they're putting up there, you also have to put in the back of your mind, these are the same people attending Diddy parties, attending the Playboy Mansion and all that, what's his name, Bill Cosby and all these other people that were attending these weird parties. These people behind the scenes, they're doing some disgusting stuff that nobody, if it was coming out to the light, nobody would want to be part of these things. So just, as much as you see these faces and, to endorse her, I mean, you have to also kind of put that in your back pocket that these people are associated with some really heinous things.
Both sides are.
Both sides. But specifically, I'm going with the Hollywood actor community. These people, Diddy's just the tip of the iceberg, because how many people, you know what? I could easily ask. Let's see. Did Ben Affleck, no, what's his name? Ben Stiller attend a Diddy party? Let's just see. Let's see if he attended a Diddy party. Yes. Well, I didn't even know this. I didn't even know that he did, but apparently he has in 2008. So, how about Meryl Streep?
I doubt Meryl Streep has ever done this stuff.
Well, let's find out. Let's see. Has she ever attended a Diddy party or play or attend a party in the Playboy Mansion?
Playboy, she might have.
Same beast. Same beast. Let's see. Pardon my spelling here. Let's see. So she hasn't attended either a Diddy party or a Playboy Mansion.
Okay, so type this. Has Meryl Streep ever worked with Turkish Airlines?
Let's see. As I'm searching, nope, no indication.
Okay, so just for verification purposes, ask, has Morgan Freeman ever worked for Turkish Airlines?
Let's see. As I'm looking this up here, yes, he has. So it does.
Okay.
And this AI does connect to the internet, so it'll find all the information. But I
Merrill is clean.
I just pulled out of my ass that he was at a Diddy party, and I mean, turns out that he has.
Why don't you ask if Morgan Freeman attended a Diddy party?
Oh man, you're gonna expose them all. Attend a Diddy party. Let's see. Pardon my terrible spelling here. No.
There is no clear evidence report suggesting that Morgan Freeman has ever attended one of Diddy's parties. While Diddy's parties have been attended by many celebrities, there's no specific record. Okay.
Okay. Let's see about a Playboy party. I'm sure he was at a Playboy party. Huh. No verified information. Well,
what about
Bryan Cranston? I'm pretty sure.
No. Ask for Morgan Freeman. Any association with the Rosetta Stone?
Rosetta Stone?
Yeah, this guy, brain boost kick in. Jeffrey Epstein.
What do you mean Rosetta Stone?
I consider Jeffrey Epstein the Rosetta Stone.
Okay. And any association with Jeff Epstein?
Please don't.
Let's see. The Rosetta Stone. Nope, no credible evidence as of yet.
Okay.
But nonetheless, some of these people that you're seeing endorse Kamala, just keep in the back of your mind, they are part of this disgusting crowd. And I always refer back to that movie or that show, The Boys. That scene where they go into the back scene and they're all doing disgusting sex acts with everybody and swapping.
This is prevalent in that world.
Yes. I mean, why else would they put that in that show? So
Eyes wide shut.
Exactly.
So let's keep playing
just
this.
a little bit more. More.
Wow. And I have a 22-year-old daughter, 19-year-old son who's going to be voting in his first election. My daughter's, her reproductive rights are incredibly important. Standing up for.
Thank you, Ben. And I think
at least he brought up reproductive
I think
rights.
what Chris said, we're ready to turn the page. Thank you, Ben Stiller. So we are all together, united for one cause, and that is to get out the vote for Kamala Harris. Joteka Edie is here, and you describe Win with Black Women as a collective love letter to ourselves. I know you all been doing this a long time. I was on a lot of calls with y'all in 2020, but we ain't never seen nothing like this before, right? Stand up, tell us what is happening. Explain the power. Explain the power of what happened 3.
This is a win-win for me. If Donald Trump wins, I believe we're going to go on the right trajectory, right? It's my opinion. Right? But if Kamala wins, I'm going to enjoy it too. I'm going to highly enjoy it. because those 4 years, every single one of those sheep that you see in that audience are going to have to swallow everything that this woman is going to bring forth.
Oh,
and
man.
I better not see.
Just like we thought, or people were hoping that Joe Biden could unite the country and that we can finally get to an era of peace. Did that happen, folks?
Dude.
Did that happen?
I told the same thing to everybody who was voting for Joe Biden. And while he was destroying the country, they all were silent as he regressed into his dementia. They all were silent. Gas prices up, food prices up.
Right.
But again, I'm falling for the okie doke. This is all wrestling.
Yep.
It is all wrestling.
So, I mean, I don't want to go too far into this clip. I just wanted you to see that little bit, but
that's right there
is enough.
Is a brainwashing. It's pandering.
Yep.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's just, and you know, all they're thinking or what they're hoping. She said the theme is to turn the page. From what? We are in the Democratic Party is in power. Turn the page from what?
They're gonna continue the same shit.
What are we turning the page? If you want to turn the page, then you want to go to the Republican side, then, because that's turning the page, right? So,
wow.
In any case,
that was an eye opener for me.
And
nothing that I didn't know about, but you can really see.
It's out. It's out in the open. The devil's out, and he's proud. And with that, it's time to get into our favorite segment. You ready?
I'm ready
for the AM/PM game show.
Welcome to the AM/PM game show, where Pablo and Anesto Morado attempt to determine what is going on in a video found online. Using only their ears and their third eye, the host will make a guess on what is going on. If the host gets guesses correctly, they receive $20,000 of a fiat currency that no longer exists. So what do you say, folks? Shall we play a game?
Radio is theater of the mind. Radio is theater of the mind. But radio is theater of the mind. It's imagination. It's imagination. Radio is theater of the mind.
Folks.
Thank you, Joe. May you rest in peace.
What did you think of the new segment?
Love it, love it, love it.
So we are in the AM/PM game show, the theater of the mind, and the Are You Going to Hell segment as well. So what do you want to do first?
We're not gonna do the whole spin.
The whole spin? We could. I mean, we could do it. I mean,
what do you want to do? You want to do like one each?
Yeah, we could do one each.
Okay, so let's do one theater of the mind and one Are You Going to Hell?
All right, let's go. All right, so should I go first, or you got something already?
I got something. Whenever you wanna.
All right, it's up to you. I can go right now if you'd like.
Let's do it.
All right, here we go. So, all right, here we go.
Now, for the people that are not familiar with this game, Mr. Pablo is gonna play a clip, only the audio, And through my theater of the mind, I have to discern
what
is going on. And then I gotta like tap into my remote viewing, my clairvoyance, and the theater of the mind to see if I can guess exactly what's going on. Then he's gonna play the clip.
So the original segment stemmed from a music video that I had found. So I'm gonna go back to the roots here and go back to music.
Okay.
What is going on in this clip?
All right.
Listen carefully. Any images come to mind?
Yes.
So what do you think? What is going on in this clip?
I'm seeing in my mind some kind of Blue Man Group thing going on.
Okay.
Like a guy like spinning like these rollers. Like,
okay.
He's spinning like that. And then somebody like maybe with maybe some buckets giving the bass boom. Like
okay.
household items.
Household items.
Yeah, like everything created in this, which the sound of this little tune is very cool.
Okay, is that your final answer?
And he's using maybe like wine glasses to.
Oh, that's a very
like
good one.
Ding, 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 ding,
okay,
ding, 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 ding,
I can see where you're coming from. Is that your final answer?
Yes.
All right, you ready to see what's going on?
Absolutely.
All right, so here we go. You're gonna be amazed by this. Check this out. I'm gonna put this up on screen. Check out this amazing video I uncovered.
Oh, wow. What a hell of an instrument this is.
For theater of the mind, what exactly are you seeing here?
This guy is spinning something that looks like a printing press, but it has like these marbles in it. Wow.
See that he has a bass guitar and the marbles are hitting the strings.
Wow.
What do you think of this?
This is dope. It is dope.
So the marbles are hitting the strings of a bass guitar, and he's actually playing it as the marbles are hitting everything else. But the drums, the snares, all that is activated by marbles.
Wow.
The whole song that you're hearing, folks, is entirely comprised by this thing. It's called the Wintergarten Marble Machine.
Wow.
A music instrument using 2,000 marbles to create music.
That is incredible.
This is we got to give the flowers to the person that created this. So it's on the Wintergarten YouTube page. This was 8 years ago, but this is fascinating. I mean, you want me to play it through?
Yeah, this thing is like dope.
And that is, and unfortunately, that gives you
it reminds me of this show, which is what I'm looking for. I listened to this show on WNYC Public Radio.
Okay.
And it's all about this type of music. People make their own instruments. If you like that, I'm going to see if I remember the name of the show. It's a very good show. I listen to it every Sunday.
But wasn't that fascinating?
Oh, it was. Yo, that's amazing.
A bunch of marbles making music. And you know, one of the things that I play in this segment is, unfortunately, a lot of the clear audio I get comes from the India part of the world, and they're serving food, and you know, it's a lot of disgusting stuff, right? So while you're looking for the answer, and as we gear up for the next clip, I just wanted to quickly play. This guy is Vincent Oshana. I listened to him on the Patrick Bet David podcast, and he just put up something that, or maybe I should wait. No, I'm gonna. Maybe I should wait. I don't know. Should I wait for the next segment? I don't know. Maybe I should wait on this one. Man, because now I'm thinking, because this might get you. This might get you.
Well, I will.
So instead, I want to play. I want to play this clip real quick. I want to play this one. Here, check out this clip here. This is going along the lines of AI. Check out what another AI clip. Look at this. This woman is completely computer generated.
Oh, the name of the show is New Sounds.
New Sounds. Okay.
New Sounds on WNYC.
Well, speaking of sounds, going down the same sound thing here. Check out this AI clip.
Nós dançamos até o amanhecer. Nos seus passos tempo o chão também. Seu sorriso é tão leve. A noite brilha quando você vem. Nós dançamos até o amanhecer. Nós dançamos até o amanhecer.
Isn't that crazy?
That's all AI generated?
That's all. That woman that you seen there is an AI creation.
Wow.
Everything that you see.
Conhecer, nos seus passos ver pro chão também. Seu sorriso é tão leve. A noite brilha quando você vem. Nós dançamos até o amanhecer. Nós dançamos.
So you ready for mine?
I'm ready for yours.
Wow, mine is not nowhere near as interesting as this. But nonetheless.
All right.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, here we go.
What is going on in this clip?
All right, one more time, and then you're gonna get your guess.
Is he saying "I película"?
I don't know why.
I'm hearing película, movie. Ah, película.
All right, so what is going on this clip?
Somebody is being sprayed with a hose, and they don't like it. They probably have all their clothes on. Maybe it's hot water, but somebody's being sprayed with something.
Your pineal gland is really working.
I'm guessing he's got his clothes on, and he was not expecting it, and he was trying to watch a movie or something, and was now.
Oh, he was watching a movie, all right. All right. So that's your final answer?
That's my final answer, yes.
Go to the Trello,
Okay.
and here's let me see if it's here's the very last one on the bottom.
Very last one on the bottom. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Show. Where is it? AM PM game show. Ask Pablo. Here we go. All right. Here we go. Let's see what this was all about, folks. Remember, you can make a guess, and you can get a free gift from one of us. All right, here we go. Oh, no. So for those that are watching, some guy's taking a shit, and he
in a public bathroom.
In a public bathroom, while some other prankster grabs a fire extinguisher and is deciding to spray him while he's on the toilet with flame retardant liquid. Damn, he's emptying the can on him. Oh my God.
Is there anything sacred anymore?
He thought he had, because this is more privacy than most public urinals. I mean, he has a full-blown door with no cracks or anything, but that didn't help you, bro.
Give yourself a thing.
Yeah, you think I got it?
Yeah, I think you got it.
All right. So are you ready for going to hell?
Are you going to hell?
Get it, what? What do you guys want? What?
All right. So
now the
get
object
it out.
of this game is
to not laugh.
You cannot laugh.
Right. You cannot laugh at all. All right. I was going to play the other clip, but I think this would be a perfect clip to play for this segment. You ready for it?
I'm ready.
This is Vincent Oshana. Remember, you cannot laugh, so get the ha-has out.
All right.
All right. You're already laughing.
All right, let's do
it. Serious.
I'm
serious. All right, here we go.
भैया 2 पीस दे दे भैया 3 दे खाए क्या है वो पता भी ना मुझे
I'm not laughing at this. This is disgusting.
Well, this is him making fun
of that dude, right?
Of those people that do these kind of street vendors. All right. So that didn't get you.
No.
All
Okay,
right.
so now it's my turn.
All right.
So give me a thing. I'm not
All right.
going to hell.
You're not
no,
going to-
actually, you gotta play is
More.
No, I had some clips from. I lost it though. I had some clips from our resident demon. I'll get you next time.
All right.
But anyway, here we go. We gotta be a little bit
more.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll continue.
All right. So here. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Go to the Trello.
Okay.
The first one. Remember, you cannot laugh.
All right, cannot laugh.
Are you going to hell? And it says Kamala.
All right, here we go. Oh, now I'm putting this up on screen. Bear with me, folks. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. And we cannot laugh, so
that's the whole object.
He has no plan to replace it. He said, concepts of a plan. Have you all watched the debate?
all right, I guess. All right, one more. Are you good for one more?
I'm good for one more. You did pretty good.
That was a pretty horrid. All right, so this one's a game show. This is the Wheel of Fortune. All right.
All right, but I got it. Hold on.
I will get you next time.
Oh, there we go. All right.
And for me, here we go.
I will get you next time.
There we go. All right. So remember, you cannot laugh.
Okay.
All right. You got the ha-has out?
Okay, hold on. Before you start, let me get my window over here going. Okay.
All right, here we go.
Tavares, right in the butt?
What?
No. Tavares, right in the butt?
What?
No.
I broke. I'm going to hell. I broke. Oh, man. He was itching to say that one.
Well, that's why the resident alien, our resident demon says, "Welcome to my chambers."
Oh, man.
You're going to hell, dude. Oh, wait a minute. Play it one more time. Because, you know, right in the back.
No, he says right in the butt.
Oh, it's not in the... let me see.
Maybe that's why you didn't laugh. All right, here we go.
Tavares, right in the butt?
What?
No. Tavares, right in the butt?
What?
No.
You're going to hell. But, dude, you don't know how to spell?
Oh, man.
All right, so let me get one more. Let me
All
see if I
right.
can get you to go to hell again.
I got myself on that one.
Okay, let's see. All right, number 3.
All right, hold on. Number 3. All right, here we go.
I remember, this is why you can't laugh at
Let me
this.
tell you something. If we win,
No, you went. You gotta go.
Together. We
Are
can
you going to
end-
hell?
Oh, okay, hold on. Did I? Oh, okay, hold on. Number 3. Here we go.
Hello, my name is Ben. I'm at the beach. I'm at the beach. In the beach of the ocean. In the ocean beach.
That didn't get you to laugh?
No. They didn't
Play
get
it one
me.
more time. One more time.
All right, hold on.
You're a good man if that didn't make you laugh.
Hello, my name is Ben. I'm at the beach. I'm at the beach. In the beach of the ocean. In the ocean beach. Hello, my name is Ben. I'm at the beach. I'm at the beach. In the beach of the ocean. In the ocean beach.
He did have a lot of rolls on his forehead, but outside of that, that didn't catch me.
Okay, the resident demon is not too happy that you didn't laugh about that. All right, so then we can get it moving.
Yeah, we can get it moving, and I'll play us out with a Kamala Harris clip I encountered. Since you got me with Kamala Harris, I'll get
How
you
those
back.
lids are, because this is, well, I'm just gonna speak, okay? So this is it. So you know how those lids on the Starbucks cups, they're white, right? And so if you wear lipstick, they get all over the lid. And so then I find myself in meetings if I'm the only woman, and that's kind of it. So I keep taking the lid off and having my cup out so that I don't have that big lipstick mark on the lid. So I said, can we do something about the color of the lid?
Somebody's a genius.
So that was that conversation.
That seems like it could be on for sure.
All right. Well, it's time to get back into our current events. To start us off, let's not get too
And thank you,
serious.
folks, for tuning in to the AM/PM show.
Yes, thank you so much for tuning into the AM/PM game show. Before we get into something serious in the world of sports, this is not really new to tennis, but something has happened in tennis. I don't know if you've heard, but let's see, that's making waves here. And let me see if I can find the. Cause I have the article, but let's see if the article has the clip here. Well, the article goes: tennis star Alexander Bublik's frustration was palpable during his defeat to Flavio Kobali at the China Open. And let's just see if I could grab that.
Imagine living with that name, Bublix.
Yeah, Bublix.
Bublix.
So I think he gives me a little bit of John McEnroe or some kind of I don't know. This is reminiscent to another tennis star I've seen before. But check out this. This is making waves in the sports news. If I can put this up on stage here. Let's go back. He pulled Anesto Morado. Coño, no sirve para nada.
Rómpelo todito, coño.
Federation warning record abuse.
You know,
racket abuse.
Yeah.
Whoa, he was pissed.
He was pissed. What a loss he must have dealt with.
He was pissed. John McEnroe has done worse than that.
Worse than that, yeah. But this is making waves in the tennis world. Before we got into the real serious stuff here, because unfortunately, there's a lot of serious things going on. So let's go into Japan. So Japan fires at Russian jets in its airspace. You heard of this?
Yeah, they fired flares, I believe, towards us.
At World War fears continue to escalate. Russian aircraft were intercepted by Japanese fighter jets, firing warning flares. Tokyo officials reported escalating fears of violence across the globe. In an urgent media briefing, Chief Cabinet Secretary Hayashi announced that Russian planes trespassed into Japanese airspace near the Ribun Island in Hokkaido 3 times from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. local time. He described the event as deeply regrettable and confirmed that Japan has made a strong protest. The Japan Air Self-Defense Force scrambled jets which issued warning using flares. So what is Russian air fighters doing by Japan in the first place?
Again, we've discussed how history is repeating itself.
Mm-hmm.
It's very reminiscent to what happened during the beginning of World War II. It seems like something's going on where all these countries somehow or another are getting implicated, or at least
chiming into these.
No, I think that they're being provoked. You know, remember you said about who is the Jim McMahon?
The Vince McMahon.
Yeah, I think the Vince McMahon. Yeah, Vince McMahon. Where did I get Jim McMahon? Well, anyway, maybe that's his son. I don't know. But anyway, the Vince McMahon thing, this is a provocation. I think that there is warmongers out there that are trying to stir something up, because we just read about what happened in Japan, but now what's going on in Israel is getting serious.
Oh yes. Oh yes. It's getting real
It's getting serious. There might be a ground attack in Lebanon. Israel weaponized walkie-talkies and pagers, which, if what I think happened, because what I was listening to Clyde Lewis, and they're trying to give you a narrative that these pagers that went off and killed people and hurt over 3,000 people, these were pagers that were intercepted by the Israeli government, implanted with explosives, and then given out.
Right.
But from what I was listening to Clyde Lewis, this is not what happened. What happened is that supposedly there's a mechanism out there that could send a certain code or frequency to any phone or pager or walkie-talkie that can make the battery detonate.
And those batteries definitely have the capability of detonating.
Oh,
like
it
a bomb.
happens all the time where.
Oh yeah, I mean they
battery, because the way he was explaining it on the Clyde Lewis show is that what the frequency does, or the code, it sends a signal to the device that heats up the battery to a point that it explodes.
I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, they have so much technology out there to do all sorts of things.
So because of that, now Iran is fuming to the point that they're threatening that something big is going to happen to Israel. But in the interim, because this happened now about a week ago, they just killed a major figure of Hezbollah.
Oh yes, they have. And I think they did like a little like press conference, and they said they showed all the people that they've eliminated from Hezbollah.
It's so bad,
all the top officials,
that I've heard the Ayatollah Khomeini is in hiding. So I think we're entering a very dangerous stage in the world where nowhere is safe. I would recommend staying away from big
cities.
Not so much big cities, which is that also, but big events, ball games, concerts, fairs, marathons.
And as you say this, as we speak, the Big E is going on. One of the biggest.
Today's the last day, which is why I'm not working today, because it's going to be insane. So people would think, oh, you should work because it's a day that you're going to make money. No. With the traffic, you'll be lucky if you get 2 passengers out. So, yeah, I mean, it's the world stage right now. It's at a boiling point.
Oh, yeah.
So not only what's going on in Israel, but then you got people like Zelensky going to Pennsylvania, and something very strange, like they had he toured a plant where they make the bombs that they want to ship to Ukraine, and people were signing the bombs.
That's strange.
Can you pull that video up?
I'll look for it. For sure. Hold on.
You see Zelensky's there. I have put it up on our Instagram feed, but on the stories. I didn't put it up as far as on the Trello. But you can see it. If you put Zelensky sign bombing or bombing, signing bombs.
Okay.
You will see, like.
Here we go.
top officials there. Like,
let's move on to Ukraine. This is just, I mean, this is ridiculous.
It's been a long time since I listened to the people I love to hate breaking points, because as much as they claim to be like us in the middle or not part of any political slant, it still shows up in their shows. But here we go.
This is an insane situation. It's that President Zelensky is here in the United States, not just in the United States, in a battleground state, flown there on a U.S. Air Force jet so that him and the governor of Pennsylvania can have a grotesque signing of bombs that are being manufactured to be shipped into war. Let's go ahead and put this up there on the screen. Governor Shapiro met President Zelensky on the tarmac. They appeared together. That's Bob Casey, by the way, right there, the senator also from Pennsylvania, shaking Zelensky's hands, and they're like gleefully in this factory signing bombs that are being manufactured in Scranton, Pennsylvania, manufactured, by the way, with our tax dollars, and then being shipped abroad to fund the war in Ukraine. And he says, you know, we must all do our part for the fight for freedom, the workers in Scranton, the arsenal of democracy. This is all just World War II nostalgia BS. And the details of it show anything but. I mean, for example, let's put this up there. My friend Dan Caldwell flagged this. You can see right here. Zelensky was flown to Pennsylvania on a U.S. Air Force C-17. The quote, the Biden-Harris administration is using military assets to fly a foreign leader into a battleground state to undermine their political opponents. And if you think he's exaggerating, at the very same time that this was all happening, he literally gave an interview to the New Yorker where he was denouncing any of the Trump Vance, or I guess Vance in particular, statements saying that the war in Ukraine needs to come to an end. And of course, as always, with Zelensky's visits to America to beg for weapons, there's a split screen as to how the rest of the world is allowed to have like a very rational conversation. In America, just like with Israel, we have to like bow down before Ukraine and be like, no, please take all the money and weapons we could possibly give you. Put this on the screen. For example, you can't accuse this guy of being a Russian shill. Ukraine, quote, needs to be realistic about its goals. This is from the president of the Czech Republic, President Petr Pavel, a, quote, former NATO general who has been vocal in his support for Ukraine, said Kyiv needed to accept that some territory could remain under Russian control, quote, at least temporarily. He said...
Yeah, so
at the same time this is going on, Putin is like, wait a minute. What is going on here?
Oh, yeah.
He's like, wait a minute. I've taken as far as much as I can,
but something.
Any of those bombs hit any targets inside Russia.
What is the logic behind signing a bomb?
It's grotesque. I agree with that guy. You're signing something like you're signing a book,
right? Like
this is gonna take a life.
Like,
and then the Democrats, they pride themselves in this, save lives and not killing and
supposedly.
And look what they're doing.
Yeah.
And then for Zelensky to turn around and like support, like lend his support to Kamala Harris, I don't know, it just feels wrong. Like allowing this guy like to endorse an American, that's sacrilege.
Well, check this out. U.S. sounds alarm as 4 Russian military planes are spotted over Alaska after troops deployed. The U.S. military detected and tracked 4 Russian military planes near the Alaska Air Defense Identification Zone on Monday. In what became its 5th interception so far. It comes less than 2 weeks after hundreds of U.S. Army soldiers were dispatched to an island in western Alaska as part of a force project operation amid an increase in Russian and Chinese military exercises near the state. Something's brewing.
Something's
right?
cooking, and it's big.
I got more. So let's see here. So Now that's on the U.S. front, but Japan comes back into focus here. Japanese destroyer enters Chinese waters for the first time since 1949.
Yeah.
Japanese destroyer Suzuki briefly entered Chinese territorial waters for approximately 20 minutes in July 2024. This marks the first such occurrence since the establishment of the People's Republic of China in 1949. This incident was recently disclosed by Japan, prompting the dismissal of the ship's commander. The Suzuki was deployed near the Chinese coast to monitor naval exercises conducted by China. So something is going on all over the world.
Now, remember what I told you, that Putin is not happy?
Right.
He went out and did a long speech about how upset he is about this whole thing that the United States is doing with Zelensky. That was blocked to be shown in the United.
Wow.
You haven't heard no mainstream media.
No, nothing really.
It's blocked by the mainstream media because they don't want to create panic. But let me tell you this. Russia gets hit inside Russia with any American-produced bombs. He said it. See if you can find this. Putin denounces Zelensky's visit to Pennsylvania.
All right. Let me see if I can find it. But yeah, I mean, this is only going in the wrong direction. My thinking is knowing how the Chinese operate, because the Chinese do something, a martial art called Wing Chun, right? Which is like, supposedly they don't even use that in the UFC because it's all illegal moves. Everything there is meant to kill and to incapacitate you and so on. And
Never heard of it.
You never heard of Wing Chun?
No.
Let me see.
Any videos on Wing Chun?
Let me see. I think I could. Let's see.
Never heard of it. Never heard of it.
Okay, so Wing Chun, sometimes spelled as Wing Chun, is a traditional Southern Chinese martial art that focuses on close-range combat, quick movements, and efficiency. It's known for its practical self-defense applications and has become popular worldwide, particularly because it emphasizes simplicity and directness. The centerline theory, Wing Chun practitioners focus on protecting and attacking along the center line of the body, where the vital organs are located. This theory aims to maximize defense while minimizing exposure to attacks, right? So the vital organs of our country are our energy grid, our money, our borders. All these things are being, and I think what's going to happen is like 9/11 was an attack, but it wasn't just in New York. It was hitting New York and Washington, D.C. There was several things going on. We were all like, what's going on? But in that time period, everybody had cable or access to cable, right? So if something like that does happen, everyone had a message that interrupted, breaking news, this is going on. Every channel, you couldn't, turn away from it. These days, nobody really has cable, and that kind of thing I don't think is ever going to happen again, where, you could be siloed into watching Netflix and you'll never get this message that something happened, right?
We've discussed this before, that there is no national warning system that could interrupt streaming services.
Right. So if something happens, if we get attacked, like the way they do in Wing Chun, which is like everything all at once, then where are we no one's gonna know what to do, or there's gonna be a level of panic
This is
that's
why
going to be
I reckon.
so much harder. And the thing, I've said this since 2 years ago when we started this podcast, when Russia first invaded Ukraine. I have a weird feeling because we've gotten very comfortable that there hasn't been a war on our soil. And I feel like that is coming. I feel like that is coming.
Boy, I hope that's not the case.
Because where are all our troops? They're not here. They're being sent elsewhere to other parts.
I wouldn't say all our troops are not here, but we have a big section that
I'd say
are
most
being distributed.
I say most get distributed because you have people going towards the Middle East, people going towards South Asia, people going all over the world. But here, I mean,
well, ask the resident demon, what percentage of troops are not in the U.S.?
Okay.
It's not as big as you think because I think we have a lot of troops here. But nevertheless, my fear is that the enemy is already has infiltrated the United States.
Yeah, he already has for sure. The percentage of U.S. soldiers, about approximately 15 to 20%, are
abroad.
Are in the United States.
Oh my Lord!
So
put that up so that people can see it.
Yeah. So they're in primarily Middle East, Asia, Europe. 15 to 20% of active duty U.S. military personnel. No, I'm sorry, are stationed outside. Okay, I had it incorrect.
Oh, okay.
Outside. Yeah, so
okay, that's why I wanted to see it. Okay, and that makes sense.
Okay, so 20% of them are outside, and the rest are inside, I guess. Well, if that's the case, then I don't know what. I don't know if that's if 80% is going to be enough. Hopefully, it is. But
well, I don't fear so much a ground invasion as much as I fear an air assault.
I don't think they're going to be like soldiers on the battlefront type thing.
Like foots on the ground. I mean,
I think there's going to be a small amount of people like the way we send our CIA to other people or to people across the globe to that they do their thing. Nobody knows of them. They do what they got. Like I'm hearing more and more that the Cold War wasn't necessarily a Cold War, meaning there was no hot or firing or bullets fired between the two nations. It was more hot than it was most people realize because they were using proxies to do this Cold War, kind of what we're doing now, right? So I'm wondering, what's going to be the ultimate, but I think somewhere along the lines of what they already are telling us is going to happen. They're going to lionize their base, right, to get them, riled up, to get the Democrats and Republicans fighting against each other. And then you're going to have a power outage, internet outage. I mean, there could be a bomb exploded, but it could be easily an EMP. It could be so many different avenues. I mean, they don't necessarily need to be foot on the ground here. I mean, for what purpose would they need to actually do that? But they could if they wanted to impose like China did on what is it called? When Mao was around and they had to demoralize the youth and get them indoctrinated into this new communist regime from the imperialist mindset. So, I mean, they could have a small amount of people that could just be puppets that are controlling our government. I don't know, but it's going to be a very scary future unless we do something about it. And I feel like this world war, I keep saying it, and I'm hoping that this is the case, that it's not going to be a war between nations. It's going to be a war when everybody starts to wake up. Because let's face it, I mean, there's innocent people being blown up as we speak for the actions of their government, and once we all collectively realize that we gotta take control of our planet and push it away, take it from these people, these small 1%ers that have all this power. I mean, there's a few of them and a lot of us. So,
well, this is what I think.
But then they got nuclear missiles. That's what Joe Biden says.
This is what I think, and that I am afraid is that Putin, he's got an ace in the hole, and his ace in the hole. Now, I don't know too much about this, but I know that we have satellites that are very important to our everyday life.
Oh yeah, that's another way.
So I think Putin, in retaliation, and I wouldn't put it past terrorists as well. This could be. We know that Putin and Iran are working together.
Mm-hmm.
So we got Putin, Iran, China collaborating with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Because let me tell you, Putin is definitely providing some kind of armament to Iran.
Mm-hmm.
Iran is then dispersing them to the terrorist sects like Hezbollah.
Mm-hmm.
What's the other one? There's Hezbollah.
Houthis.
The Houthis and the Taliban and all those sects, right?
Mm-hmm. ISIS.
I could see in a concerted, very well-planned strike where Putin can like take out a satellite or a couple very important satellites. Iran orchestrate a terrorist act, and China collaborating in their own right, and a three-prong attack can cripple us.
Right.
So this whole thing, the optics of people signing bombs, it's just like poking the bear.
Oh yeah.
We gotta stop poke. I mean, this is something that's we're turning the page, right? We're supposedly turning the page.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see this turning the page, and
it's not turning the page. But if we're gonna be turning the page, I think what Bryan Cranston said in this clip is exactly the same as America.
Clearly don't know who you're talking to, so let me clue you in. I am not in danger, Skylar. I am the danger. A guy opens his door and gets shot, and you think that of me? No. I am the one who knocks.
I think that's the role that America has become. That we're not in danger. We are the danger.
We are the danger.
We are the danger. And everyone else is starting to realize we are the danger.
So while all this is going on,
and I'm on the RT trying to find that speech here, but like you said, it has been blocked. So I'm trying to find, what that might be.
But
I did see something here. RT is Russian News Today.
That's where it comes from.
And it says
it's in Russian News Today. I exactly. You hit it.
It says here, Harris will plunge U.S. into nightmare. This year's election will be America's last if Donald Trump loses, Elon Musk has claimed. Oh, wow. The Democratic Party could turn the United States into a de facto one-party state if they succeed in boosting their electorate in the swing states by increasingly providing citizenship to illegal immigrants. Tech mogul Elon Musk has argued. This statement comes as the U.S. election is just over a month away, with the rhetoric on both sides becoming more heated. Democratic nominee and incumbent Vice President Kamala Harris has repeatedly called her Republican rival, former President Donald Trump, a threat to democracy. Musk, who endorsed, which is crazy because Donald Trump was banned on Twitter for a while, which is why he created Truth Social.
Right.
Musk, who endorsed Trump in July.
Well, remember, Elon Musk was not the owner of.
No, at that time, no. But to say that, Elon Musk was a Democrat, Elon Musk was not a Republican in any sense of the imagination. I mean, he was building electric cars. The Democrats loved him for that.
Right.
So Musk, who endorsed...
Which is why they felt so betrayed.
Right. Well, because
Elon.
He has a brain. Musk, who endorsed Trump in July, claimed that the opposite is true in a post on X. Very few Americans realize that if Trump is not elected, this will be the last election. Far from being a threat to democracy, he is the only way to save it. Let me explain. If even 1 in 20 illegals become citizens per year, something the Democrats are expediting as fast as humanly possible, that would be about 2 million new legal voters in 4 years, Musk said in a reply to a post claiming that 9 million illegal immigrants are eligible for citizenship under the current U.S. administration. Moreover, the Biden-Harris administration had been flying asylum seekers who are fast-tracked to citizenship directly into swing states like Pennsylvania, Ohio, Wisconsin, and Arizona. It is a surefire way to win every election. So, yeah, this is not looking good. But even RT is reporting on this, so they're taking a look at that. I'm wondering what the Russian perspective is on this. But as you're looking for that Putin speech, there's more news to go through. Let's see here. So Russian Satan missile. You heard about the Satan?
Okay, so let's see this.
This one is more specific than previous ones, though. So as President Zelensky was addressing the UN, President Putin here was addressing his Security Council about changing Russia's nuclear doctrine, which is the document that defines when and how Russia could use nuclear weapons. Currently, it states that they can be used if the security...
Can you turn my channel up a little bit?
A nebulous concept, of course. Now, Vladimir Putin has said he wants to change that and be more specific so that to allow Russia to respond with nukes to any attack by any state using conventional weapons. So, for example, drones, missiles, and aircraft. And that's not all. He also said that Moscow would consider any assault from a non-nuclear power that's supported by a nuclear power to be a joint attack. And you don't have to be a military genius to understand that he was referring.
Now, you heard that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to play it again. This is the scary thing.
Joint attack, and you're doing there to...
Oh, let me get back.
And that's not all. He also said that Moscow would consider any assault from a non-nuclear power that's supported by a nuclear power to be a joint attack. And you don't have to be a military genius to understand that.
So if you're a non-nuclear power country, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you attack Russia,
mm-hmm.
he would consider it as if it was a nuclear powered country because they are supported
by one.
I
mean, we all know that obviously
to Ukraine being supported
Ukraine
by NATO.
cannot support themselves.
Very thinly veiled warning indeed. So why is he saying this now? It's all a response to this issue being mulled by the UK and the US still over whether or not to allow Ukraine to use Western weapons to strike deeper inside Russia. They still haven't reached an agreement on that. Russia is trying to redefine its red lines, which I think have become a bit blurred of late because previous threats from the Kremlin haven't been followed through on. For example, the West has supplied missiles, tanks and aircraft, F-16 fighter jets to Ukraine without any consequence from the Kremlin, despite the threat of retaliation.
And I think Putin has been very patient. But Donald Trump said it all.
Beyond patient. I mean, we wouldn't have been, America would not have been that patient.
Donald Trump
they would
said
have not. If Mexico was being funded by Russia and they were invading into California, do you think America is going to take that?
Absolutely not.
We would have first sign of resistance.
But remember, the whole thing is Russia went into the Ukraine.
Right.
So we would have to say if Mexico, let's put it this way, if we somehow went into Mexico, right, and Russia now is helping Mexico in their endeavor to helping Mexico against us,
right?
The United States won't even think about it.
No.
But Donald Trump says something that, this guy, sometimes he says stuff is a little comical, but at the same time, he's right on point. He's like, this guy Zelensky, he's got to be the greatest salesman of all time.
Yeah.
Every time he visits this country,
he gets money for
he
it.
He walks away with billions.
Yeah.
So
billions of our money.
And
what was Ukraine known for before this whole war? The nation of corrupt people. I mean, come on. Yeah, so it's not, it's not going very well in that war. I got some more articles here.
But I wanted to, before I forget this train of thought, and it's gonna sound a little bit weird or conspiratorial or tinfoil hat, but while all this war stuff is like, we have war in the Ukraine, we have war in Israel. We have this election, assassination attempts, all these things, right? But another thing that I think that's looming in the background is this UAP thing, this UFO thing. I think we're very close to having either some kind of false flag kind of a deal where they're going to fake an alien invasion or reveal the aliens as to somehow unite this whole, unite us under one banner kind of a deal. I got this is just feeling alone. I really believe that this UFO thing is really at the base of all these things that are going on. How I haven't put the pieces together yet, but I think that while all these things are happening, these UFOs keep popping up. They keep popping up. And we're going from, oh, this is a tinfoil hat thing, to it becoming more and more of a belief. Oh, the minute I mentioned this,
you got banned?
I got booted off the live on Facebook.
What? Well, have you heard of Sheng Wu?
No. I
Well,
haven't heard of
yeah.
Sean Wu.
Well, you're about to find out.
Now, what happened here?
Let me see here. No, I think it might have been. Let me see. Hold on. There was a woman. She had worked on the Manhattan Project. There's a woman. Let me let me pull up the person, because I this is what ChatGPT or Google's AI pulled up, but I don't think that's the right woman. But in any case, there was a person, a Chinese person who's been working on anti-gravity for quite some time, and it is believed that he or she, I'm not sure now, cracked it, and the minute they did, now they're no longer, they got suicided.
Where did I hear this from?
But I've heard this from let's see.
I heard this somewhere. Was it on the Alex Jones show?
It might have been.
I heard about this. That they found her dead.
Yeah. I believe it was a woman.
Oh, it was a woman.
I believe it was. Okay. Ning Li. Okay, there we go. She is known for physics. Here we go. Ning Li is the right name. Was a Chinese American scientist born in Shandong. She graduated from the Department of Physics in Peking University, and in 1983 she emerged with her family from China to the United States. She is known for her physics and anti-gravity research. In the 1990s, Li worked as a research scientist at the Center for Space, Plasma, and Aeronomic Research, University of Alabama in Huntsville. In 1999, she left the university to form a company, AC Gravity LLC, to continue anti-gravity research. Death. In 2014, Ning Li was struck by a vehicle crossing the street.
She was struck.
She was run over on the University of Alabama in Huntsville. Lee's husband, seeing the accident, suffered a heart attack and died a year later. So he was the only witness, and he died a year later. For Lee, this accident caused permanent brain damage that resulted in Alzheimer's disease shortly after. On 2021. Oh, well, she died recently, 2021. Ning Li died at the age of 78.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it wasn't the way I thought. They didn't
2023 article published by the Huntsville Business Journal cited an interview with Lee's son, Dr. George Men. According to Dr. Men, Lee continued anti-gravity research for the Department of Defense until suffering an auto-related injury in 2014. She stopped publishing or discussing her research findings upon attaining a top-secret security clearance. Dr. Men also stated that members of the Chinese Communist Party approached her in 2008 regarding returning to China to continue her research. Lee rejected their offer, which resulted in her being barred from entering China to attend her mother's funeral. So that there was something there.
I'm just wondering.
This anti-gravity.
What this October surprise is going to be.
I don't know, but when was let me go to ChatGPT. When was the date and time of Leave the World Behind? Do you remember?
No.
Let's see. I'm wondering what month was Leave the World Behind. It was
I think it was
September. Right? Like towards the end of summer.
It was like the end of summer. They were going to enjoy their last summer weekend or something like that.
Yeah, so it's probably like Labor Day around there.
But Google it, see what
When, or let me put, what month was Leave the World Behind set in? The characters experience cooler temperatures. Okay, so in the novel Leave the World Behind, is set during an unspecified time of the year, but there's subtle hints suggesting that it takes place in the fall. The characters experience cooler temperatures, and some references to the time of year and the changing environment give an autumnal atmosphere. However,
That's
the
what I
exact
thought.
month is not explicitly stated in the book. So there's not an exact month, but it's in this time period where this Leave the World Behind incident occurs.
That's what I
And
thought.
who created the movie? Obama. So there's something that they know.
And this whole thing with Apophis also has got me a little perturbed. Now they're sending supposedly they're gonna send something to land on Apophis.
The asteroid?
Yeah. Because they think that it might get closer to Earth than what they really. So again, you can send something to land on a moving asteroid.
Well,
and we cannot get to the moon.
Something's off there. But so look at this here. It says Russia sends U.S. message over nuclear tests. A Russian official has sent a message to the U.S. saying Moscow will not conduct any nuclear tests as long as the U.S. also refrains, according to Russian news agency. Warning about the Russian nuclear activity follows reports the Russian President Vladimir Putin has been testing his Satan II nuclear arsenal. Why would he call it?
What's the name of
the Satan II? Yes. I have a segue on here. The Russian Satan missile explodes in silo, creating massive crater. According to Defense Romania portal, citing publications in Russian media, the Russian Federation conducted a test launch of the intercontinental ballistic missile RS-28 Satan around September 21, 2024. However, the exercises did not go as planned as the missile exploded while still in its launch silo, causing significant damage. Chairman of the State Duma of the Russian Federation recently touted the RS-28 intercontinental missile. He noted the missile needs 3 minutes and 20 seconds to reach Strasbourg, France. His response followed discussions among Western allies about permitting Ukrainians to conduct long-range strikes deep into the Russian Federation.
And this is what we're supplying Ukraine with.
Right. So they're working on their Satan missiles, while the Horsemen and all these other things, and Satan is out and proud. I'm sure he's waiting for an excuse to use them.
If this is the type of stuff that really fuels this whole apocalypse now kind of
yes
mentality,
and then
out of all things to name that missile,
name it Satan. Well, I could see why. All it brings is fire, death, and destruction.
Wow.
Fears of imminent catastrophe mount as Hezbollah hits back amid Israeli airstrikes. Fears of an all-out Middle East war mounted Sunday as Hezbollah fired more than 100 rockets into Israel, whose military continued bombing targets in southern Lebanon while moving troops, tanks, and other equipment towards the northern border. During Sunday, a funeral speech for 3 members killed in the Israeli airstrikes, Hezbollah Deputy Secretary General Naim Qasim declared an open-ended battle with Israel was underway. Hezbollah is reeling from the last week's unprecedented surprise attacks on communication devices that killed dozens of people and wounded thousands more, as well as Israeli attacks on Beirut suburbs that have slain dozens of Lebanese, including women and children, and injured scores more. So
Yo, Israel is like a pit bull. Like Israel's like the size of New Jersey.
Yep.
And these people are they're surrounded.
Yeah, they trained for this, so they're ready to go. I mean,
and Netanyahu, it does not seem like he wants to back down at all.
All that, I mean, for those that are listening, listen to what's going on. You have Japan throwing flares at Russia. You have Russia flights going over Alaska against our
violating our
airspace. You have war activity happening in the Middle East, a war in Russia, Ukraine. You got a lot of people crossing through the border. If you can look at the whole globe as a whole, we are in a categorical World War III. It's not a theoretical thing anymore. We are in because every world war, they didn't call it the World War while they were in there. It was the Great War for World War I. World War II, they didn't call it World War II until after the fact, right? So that's what's going on here. They're not going to call it World War III. And the thing that ended World War II was the nuclear missile.
Right.
So it doesn't mean that
atomic missile.
Yeah, the atomic missile, right? So
atomic bomb.
The atomic bomb is not going to start the war. It's there to finish the war. So if that ever happens, that's the end. That's the end of the war, right? That's like towards the tail end of the war. Meanwhile, there was months and years leading up to it. So I think we are already in this world war, and we're just not noticing. Just like when I asked Grandma, I asked her because when I finally was able to learn Spanish, I learned that she grew up through World War II, right? So I asked her, like, what was it like growing up through World War II?
Grandma,
the only person that I refer to, Grandma, who is still alive right now.
Oh, okay, because you used to call your real grandma Mom.
Right, yeah. So Grandma, which is my great-grandmother, who outlived her children, which is crazy, and her grandkids.
Well, she didn't outlive all her children.
Not all, but some. But
she is right now 92. So during the World War II, because my mother is in her 80s. My mother was born in 1940.
Right.
So she is older than my mom by 8 years, I believe. So she must have been in her teens.
I asked her, what was it like growing up through World War II? You know what her response was to me?
What?
The world was fighting. The world was in a war. She had no idea that even was taking place.
Wow.
And that's exactly what some of these sheeple, that are in this Democratic convention, this rally for Kamala Harris, that's what they are totally oblivious to the world at large, the world war that's going on right now. So that being said, there's a lot of stuff, a lot of news. So fears of an all-out Middle East war. I believe we went through this. So there's more. Moving on to the next story. Another country threatens to join the war as Middle East crisis explodes. Israel and Hezbollah attacked each other again Tuesday, the day after the massive Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon left over 500 people dead, fueling fears that a wider full-scale war could be about to erupt. 6 people were killed in a new Israeli airstrike targeting Hezbollah commander in Beirut Tuesday. Security sources told Reuters that while Iran-backed group said it had unleashed barrages of rockets at a military base and the city in northern Israel, the cross-border bloodshed has dramatically escalated for, concerns that the Israel's ally and Iran could be drawn in to a larger regional conflict after almost a year of Israel's war against Hamas, another group supported by Tehran in Gaza. So Iran is going to throw their troops in the mix.
And if that happens in that region, all out war is going to like erupt.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know what this is.
And then now U.S. is gonna we're supporting the Ukraine. Now we're gonna have to support Russia. What else? How much can we support?
We can't even support ourselves. We can't even support ourselves. So
I don't know where this is leading to. Every day I wake up
and it just gets worse and worse and worse.
Yeah. Assassination attempts. Oh my God. This world is like, sometimes you don't even want to get up out of bed sometimes. Like I've been thinking a lot about my grandchildren's future.
Well, I always think, because I think about it too. And I always have to remind myself that as crazy as it sounds, it's still not as crazy as it was in the past. I mean, back then, you were drafted to World War II. You didn't really have a choice. There was a lot of things going on. If
you were drafted in Vietnam.
So, I mean, I think
the draft hasn't been in place since then.
Right. But it could easily be, enacted again. My thinking is that as crazy, that we're still going in the right direction. I mean, we veered off course, but I think over time we're going to get better, and things are going to be better. The whole thing is we got to break out of this cycle of when things get good, right? We teach our kids, during a time of peace, and that brings the debacle. We got to, get us, because there's a saying that says, hard times make hard men make easy times make soft men make hard times.
Right.
And that cycle, we got to break out of that. We got to find a way that we could perpetually make a good society. And, one of the things that, one of the countries that is having a great society that has no crime whatsoever happens to be Poland. And one of the things that they've done to create this kind of like a utopia in Poland is that they don't allow a single Muslim to enter their country. And they say, let it be that we're racist, call us whatever you want. But at the end of the day, all those problems of terrorism and things of that comes from the Muslim religion and culture. We don't want anything to do with that. You're not welcome here. Find someplace else. Whatever that was there already, they're allowed to live there. There's a small percentage, but for the most part, If you're coming in here and you're Muslim, go someplace else. That's the Poland mentality.
I did not know that about Poland.
And apparently that's been working to keep their country safe. I don't know what that means.
Can you Google that? Can you fact check that statement?
Yeah, absolutely. As a matter of fact, I heard it from, I'll pull it up right. I'll fact check it right here.
Because I'll be honest with you, I've never heard that before.
You never heard that before?
No.
Yeah.
So Poland doesn't allow Muslims into their country.
They don't want any Muslim in their country. And they're not saying that they believe all Muslims are bad people, but they can't, if for them to identify the good and the bad is damn near impossible. So rather than try to filter who's good, is just no.
That's an interesting tactic.
Let me see. I can find it pretty quickly here.
Just like that, we're getting towards the end of the show.
Just like that.
What positive role do you think Muslims are going to play the next 10, 20, 30, 40 years against the woke ideology?
They will not, because they are not a great example of resistance against woke ideology. I wouldn't say that the guy who is in jail and following the jail rules within the community is a great example for a good citizen. The fact that there's no wokeness yet within the Muslim community doesn't purify them from the terrorist state of mind. That's what I think. And I'm not talking about all Muslims. Again, I want to be very, very clear. I think there are people who are honest, but they do not take their voice. They do not raise their voice.
What positive...
Hold on. Let me get the right clip here, because it's the same guy that was saying it. He's a Polish diplomat. Hold on.
Folks, as we're getting this information, we're getting towards the end of the cast. Don't forget to go to the Paramid store and view our line of supplements. Pretty soon we're going to put some swag on there.
Poland's government has long been proud of its strong stance against migration. While other European nations welcomed in hundreds of thousands of people who'd fled war, Poland stood firm with its borders firmly closed. Warsaw has resisted taking in refugees from Syria, Afghanistan and Eritrea, among others. But then the government realized the country had a problem, a massive labor shortage. So their solution, oversee the largest influx of migrant workers the country has seen in recent history. Over the last few years, more than 2 million foreigners have arrived in Poland. They're mostly Christian from neighboring Ukraine. So are migrants okay so long as they're not Muslim? Well, to answer that, we're joined by Polish MP Dominik Tarczyński from the ruling Law and Justice Party. He's also the Vice President of the European Conservatives Group in the Council of Europe. Dominik, is that it? 2 million Ukrainians are okay, but not one Muslim, because that's just how you guys feel about it?
Good evening, Imran. Thank you for having me. It has nothing to do with religion. It has nothing to do with Islamophobia. It's all about safety. As I said previously, everyone is allowed to apply. Everyone is allowed to submit the documents, ask for the permission, ask for a visa, and then our interior minister will decide if he's needed for our society. The difference between immigration and refugees as a legal difference. You are mixing words. It's very important because the difference is quite big. First of all, refugee is the person who flees to the first safe country by the international law. Immigrant, especially illegal immigrant, is not welcome in Poland. This is what we promised, and these words will be kept. Basically, we are not talking about people who are in need. We are not talking about Muslims. We are talking about a law, international law and Polish law. We don't want any illegal migration in Poland. This is what we promised. This is why our government was elected, and not even one Muslim illegal migrant will come to Poland. ever.
What do you mean by?
Well, there you have it.
There you have it.
There you have it.
There you go.
Like my mother used to say,
Ever.
Más claro no canta un gallo. Which means clearer than that can a rooster crow.
Crow, yeah, exactly. Yes. So
Boy,
yes.
he didn't mix words with that.
No, he did not. Clear as day. So
see, that I enjoy.
But he said that it's not that we don't that we have anything against their religion or anything like that. Is that we are evaluating on whether or not there's a need in our society for what they supposedly are going to bring, and we don't have a need for you.
I enjoy his candor. Not that I enjoy that Muslims are not allowed into the country, but I enjoy his candor, which means he's not candy coating it.
Right.
He's telling you right off the top, no Muslims.
Right.
Right? There's no, well, maybe, and no.
Right.
And I think
Because
Poland,
he's saying the reason we're letting in people from Ukraine is because we share a border with Ukraine, and by law, by international law, we have to take them in because they have no place else really to go. But if you're coming from a Muslim country, you have to travel through a bunch of countries to get to Poland, and we're not accepting you. Just stay where you are. Find another country, because it ain't Poland.
and let me tell you something, that policy, as strict as it may seem, as anti-Muslim as it may seem, it's working for them.
Right.
It's working for them.
Right.
So I got nothing against Muslims, but what I am against is illegal immigration.
I have nothing against Muslims, but in recent history, how many devout Christians have conducted terrorist activities?
Well, in present time,
is it equal?
No, not in present time. You know, back in the day, you know, maybe about 500 years ago, we had Christians, the Inquisition and all that. But in present day, no way can you equate what the terrorists with Muslim.
I just think that if you have an ideology that claims that you can get rewarded for doing heinous things like, suicide bombing or whatever, that ideology is just, it's just, not all Muslims have that mentality, of course.
But a big section of them do.
But if that's part of your ideology, then how could you allow those kinds of people?
I mean, if you go to the Trello, right, and you go to, let me see.
How can you allow somebody who wholeheartedly believes that they will be rewarded in the afterlife by killing innocent people?
Go to show number 103.
And of course, I say that not to go against Muslims or anything like that. Not all Muslims think that, but the ones that do, how could you be okay with that? Most religions go in terms of, be peaceful, treat others like the way you would treat yourself, and most religions go in that path.
And I believe that's the
Muslim way too,
That's the Muslim way, but the terrorists bend.
Yeah, they found their loophole, and when you have God behind you, same thing with like a lot of these criminals. Like if you find you go to Mexico and you find these criminal gang leaders that have a cross tattooed on them and Jesus all over, and it's like, how could you how could you have those conflicting things where you go out and commit crimes, but yet
like
you're
the mafia,
right?
You're going out killing people, but you're in church all the time.
Yeah, like how can you live with that? You know, so but in that case, that's themselves bending the rules, but they're making it like the religion itself gives like permission to do something like that, and that's where it's like, how do you fight that? You can't fight that.
I don't think that they look at it as permission, but I think that it's a very common Christian thing. You do bad, you go back to church, you reset, and then you do bad again.
No, but I'm saying like in the Muslim community, like there's in their doctrines, there's a way that gives permission to.
Oh no, what I was talking about is the gangsters.
Right, but I'm saying like
mobsters.
at least in the gangsters and mobsters, the Christians as a whole are going to be like, you're operating outside of the message, right? While in the inverse, the Muslims are operating within the message.
Yeah,
and
therefore there's certain doctrines within the Quran.
But that's what I'm saying. It's hard to upend that. Like how do you subtract that from?
Well, and Poland got it. Instead of them going into semantics and seeing who believes in what and what, they just don't allow them in.
Right.
And you nip the problem in the bud. But this is something we have to do, not with the Muslims, but with immigrants as a whole.
Right.
And go to
we should be saying the same thing. Whoa, hold on. Are you Mexican? Oh, you're not Mexican? You're from Venezuela? Then you don't belong here. What are you doing here? Because technically we should only be accepting people from Mexico and Canada because we're the closest state that they can.
I will go further. I'd be like, wait a minute. Do you have a record? Do you have a criminal record? Let me check. Sorry. You're a notorious criminal. You got a criminal record. You're not allowed. Bye.
So this show number 103, you wanted me to look up something here.
Number 2.
Number 2. Okay.
Play that.
All right, here we go.
Well, a disturbing development on the border crisis. Wait until you hear this. The Director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement confirms that more than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been caught at the border and then released into the United States. The letter here tells the tale. Hello, I'm John Roberts in Washington. You believe this, Sandra?
Which means they are here. This is just an unbelievable development.
We just got these numbers moments ago, but it's a jaw dropper to say the least. So,
according to this brand new data, never seen before, over 13,099 convicted murderers have crossed the border and are free to roam and kill in our country. These are convicted murderers. These are people that were in jail. Now, I've been talking about this for 3 years. When I heard they were opening up the border, 3.5 years, I said, if they open the border, because I know the people on the other side, and they're smart, savvy people, you know, they're at the top of their game. Our leaders are not at the top of their game at all. They never were, actually. But our leaders are not. These are smart people. And these are countries from all over the world, 13,000, more than 13,000. Convicted murderers have been let out of jail, and they're roaming our streets, their country all over. Every state is a border state. You know what that means, right? Every state, because they fly them in. Can you imagine? They fly them in. Actually, I'm starting to think they're stupid. They're just stupid. Over 13,000 convicted murderers from jails, in jail. And I told you, they're releasing them from jails, and these fake people, these...
Look what the caption says. 13,099 convicted murderers.
Right.
25,000 convicted of rape and sexual crimes. 425,000 convicted criminals. 222,000 pending criminal charges. So that thing you played with Oprah Winfrey and these Hollywood people, endorsing Kamala.
You know what that number turns out to be? 685,000 criminals
have entered this country.
And
then you wonder how places like in
New York,
which
I have something on that.
And that, what is that place? I don't know if it's in Ohio.
The NYPD has 2 suspects.
Where they've like taken over the projects. Where is that at?
Was it Springfield, Ohio?
I think I'm not sure if it's in Springfield, but it's not only it's happening in New York. It's happening all over the place, and these are migrants that are doing it.
New York is not a border state, but they got a lot of migrants. Check this out. This is what's going on in New York, and now we're segueing into one of the final segments that we have here, our conspiracy segment.
Suspects in custody. Police say both suspects are migrants, and one was recently released from jail in June.
When that case was adjudicated, his next step should have been in a bus or a plane to remove from our city.
So New York has controversially been releasing dangerous criminals who, after they get released, then go on to commit more crime. And while proponents say sanctuary city status
Kamala
makes
is
New
gonna
York an
turn
immigrant
the page,
right?
And she is the border czar.
Well, the Democrats are in power right now. What are you turning the page to? Right? I think it's more like same page. You're on the same page. It would be easier to make that argument if Donald Trump was in power.
Absolutely.
But what are you turning the page from? I mean, seriously. But really quickly here.
Friendly destination, which a small number of bad actors could be using to their advantage. Critics say that, combined with our laws that let criminals walk free, are why these streets just get more and more dangerous every single day.
A group of migrants found squatting inside an apartment in the Bronx were arrested on gun charges, but then some were subsequently released without bail.
Authorities say they were part of a heavily armed group of migrants. 6 were set free by a judge, while the other 2 were being held due to prior arrests. But some of those 6, they also had prior arrests.
Tonight, the new warning from law enforcement that among the record number of migrants that have crossed into the U.S. are members of a Venezuelan street gang. NBC News learning there are more than 100 Homeland Security investigations involving suspected members of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua.
You're arresting these people, but obviously it's not preventing them from committing more crimes.
I am clear that we need to look at our laws that allow a person not to be turned over to ICE after they serve their time for a violent felon.
You told them to come here, Adam. Let's like everybody, we're not gonna let none of the Democrats off the hook who were saying they had sanctuary city and they were saying, come on in.
Now, not only were there guns in this home behind me, all of these illegal activities happened right across the street from a school.
Yeah. So it says here, the caption of this video, and it was done by Cash Jordan. It says New York City releases an entire migrant gang from prison.
Say that again?
So New York City releases an entire migrant gang from prison.
Wow. And this is all done under the Adams administration.
Under the Adams administration, that's right. So that brings us to our next segment and our final segment of this cast, our conspiracy segment.
Welcome.
Apologies, our conspiracy segment.
Welcome to the conspiracy segment here on the Paramid podcast, where we challenge the narratives, question the unexplained, and shine a light on the hidden truths. Together, we'll dive into the theories that the mainstream dismisses. Everything from secret societies and shadow governments to mysterious disappearances. So keep an eye on the watchers with us, because in the conspiracy segment, nothing is as it seems.
Our final.
What did you think of our little?
I love it.
You like the little transitions?
I love it. I love it.
All right. So in this one, it's a twofer. So we're going to go into Mayor Adams and what in the world is going on with him. Are you aware of what's going on with him?
With his indictment and
Yeah, and all that.
yeah, I'm pretty familiar with it.
So can you give like a breakdown of what's going on?
Well, supposedly he was traveling the world on the dime of the New Yorkers. He was getting money from Turkey, from countries that are not supposed to be involving themselves with New York politics. And a lot of his hand-picked staff has also been banged for like illegal money laundering and
Well, here I got the article here. So it says here, New York City Mayor Eric Adams has been charged with 5 counts in an alleged long-standing conspiracy connecting to improper benefits, illegal campaign contributions, and an attempted cover-up, according to sweeping indictment unsealed Thursday morning. Adams, 64, faces 1 count of wire fraud, 1 count of conspiracy. Well, we're in the conspiracy segment. 2 counts of solicitation of a contribution from a foreign national, and 1 count of bribery, according to the indictment. Charges that expose the mayor to significant prison time if convicted.
45 years, they said.
Adams, who was elected in 2021, is the first sitting New York City mayor to ever face charges. And it's crazy that he is a black mayor that is facing charges. He will be arraigned before a federal magistrate at noon Friday, according to the court. Many of the accusations relate to Adams' relationship with the wealthy foreign business people and Turkish officials. Prosecutors say Adams accepted more than $100,000 in improper benefits, many of which came in the form of flight upgrades and stays in luxury hotels, none of which were publicly divulged as required.
Now, we're in the conspiracy segment of this show.
Right.
Now, what do you think the conspiracy is here?
My conspiracy is that somebody stepped on a landmine. Somebody stepped on a landmine, and I'm not sure who did it first. But I have a sneaky suspicion that it was Diddy that is bringing this onto him. And the reason why I think that is because none other than Mayor Adams gave Diddy the keys to the city.
Which means Mayor Adams probably attended these freak-off parties.
Well, I mean, as you pointed in the podcast before, Mr. Adams loves to get down.
The nightlife.
Yeah. Well, here's a video of Diddy getting that keys to the city.
Yo, thank you very much. So in life, you know, you'll go through some storms and some hard times.
Hold on, folks. You see that's not on stage for you. Here we go.
Yo, thank you very much.
As you can see, where's Adams right there?
So in life, you know, you'll go through some storms and some hard times, but when God pulls you out of that storm, you start to thrive. So today, not only am I getting the key to the city. Hey, what up, y'all? What's up? Welcome to New York. Not only, and I got the key to the city, so see me, all right? Not only am I getting the key to the city, today I return to music. Music is my #1 love, my passion. Do we got any R&B fans in the house?
We are here for an amazing, amazing, amazing moment, looking at one of New York City Harlem own. I am so proud to look at the recognition of what this brother.
So he is proud of this guy. Little did he, or maybe he did know. What knowledge do you think of Diddy did he have before presenting this?
This guy's a player.
Who, Adams or Diddy?
Adams. No, we know Diddy's. He's at a different level.
Okay, right.
Adams is a player.
Okay.
He likes the persuasion of the other gender. He likes women.
Right.
You know he was partaking in all this stuff.
Well, listen to what he has to say.
But it's ironic that Diddy mentions God.
Yeah. And that
the dude who has like I don't know how many dildos in a box or in boxes and all kinds of lubricants in his home, being accused of rape, being accused of pedophilia, being accused of all, and yet he mentions God.
Well, he may be saying God, but it's my understanding and my thinking here is that every time people like Diddy mentions God, their God is not Jesus Christ. Their God,
or the God we think it.
Right. Their God is the guy down below.
Well, whatever the case may be, he's reaping what he sows. So.
Right. And listen, if you were wholeheartedly saying this from God, did you say God gave you this? Well, I wonder what kind of conversation you're gonna have with God when you actually meet him.
He's gonna.
Because I say it all the time. Because for my government name, I always feel like I have another layer of responsibility because of meeting God and doing things illegal or doing bad things or causing harm in life. That's going to be a really tough conversation. Absolutely. A conversation I do not want. I want to be squeaky clean in that conversation when it comes to bringing bad things into this world. So I don't know, but he's gonna find out the wrath of God, because God could be good, but he can also be really just like a parent spanks his kid. It's not because he wants to, it's because it's out of love.
Well, let me tell you something. Diddy, if what they're saying is true,
yeah,
he has done some pretty horrible things.
Beyond horrible, but
and Mayor Adams giving him the keys. There are a lot of more deserving people in the city of New York.
Come on,
that deserve more of the keys than a guy like Diddy. But
I mean, has Donald Trump ever gotten the keys to the city?
That I don't know.
I mean, he was born and raised in New York and became a president.
But not
and
even.
If he
not
doesn't,
even him deserve the keys.
No,
to the
but I'm
city.
saying if he was, it would make sense. You've become the president. I think you give the keys to the city for somebody who's done something of that nature. I get it, but
if anybody deserves the key to the city, is a guy like Curtis Lewa.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean,
a guy who's not getting paid for what he does.
That's 100%.
He goes and
I wonder, how do you go about petitioning for something like that? Maybe we can, start the wave.
Mayor Adams will.
No, well, obviously he's not going to be Mayor Adams for very long.
No, but I'm saying Mayor Adams would have never given the keys to.
Of course not.
To Curtis, because that's his staunch enemy. But A guy like Curtis, they call him what you may, but he goes out there, tries to protect the New York citizens. He finds parks that are used as dumping grounds for drugs and garbage, and he rolls up his sleeves with his guardian angels, cleans up the park.
Right.
He knows every crack and crevices of the city. He participates in all New York City parades, and all this nonprofit doesn't profit it. And you could see Curtis Lee was not rolling around in $5,000 suits the way Mayor Adams, and going to Turkey, all over, going to Prague, to Czechoslovakia, all through all those countries. And you don't see Curtis doing that. Curtis is doing, the people's work.
Right.
So,
well, I got let's hear what Mayor Adams has to say about Diddy here.
So proud to look at the recognition of what this brother has done. Getting the key to the city from the bad boy of politics. Give your hand together to Sean P. Diddy Combs, our brother.
Look at the foreshadowing, the bad boy of politics.
Giving it up for him. Show him some love.
Reality, dream bigger and bolder. Spread love. I love y'all. Love, 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 love.
Well, theoretically, that's what he was doing with his parties. He was spreading love.
Yeah.
The wrong kind.
So what? Diddy got the city. Yeah, Diddy got the city. The same old pimp, race, you ain't nothing changed but my limp. Can't stop trying. My name on the blimp. Guarantee me.
And how I mean, I love red, but how I love red as a color, but how foreshadowing of the red jacket there. I don't know. I think there's a little bit of a foreshadowing with that as well. Look at him.
In the air, Times Square. Everybody in Times Square, put your hands in the air, wave from side to side. Come on, let's go. Definition of half man.
And it doesn't seem like these people are really feeling Diddy. And I mean, they're watching him, but I don't. It doesn't seem like they're into it. I mean, they're just.
Drugs, ask the buzz, bad boy, that's what's up. After bucks, trust. Or spend your money, you may get a free concert with Diddy. Hey yo, but I need you to say the word. Check this out. Yeah. What y'all wanna do? Wanna be? Who be dipping in the bins with spoilers on the low from the jet? Come on.
What's crazy is if I was still working in that investment job, I would have seen this. Because I worked literally up that block.
It's
but
sad.
Yeah.
These.
But in any case, moving on. So,
but the conspiracy of it all, not only is Diddy, partially involved with Mayor Adams, but he is spinning a conspiracy, Mayor Adams himself, is that the reason that he's being taken down is because he complained about the numbers of illegal migrants invading the city. And because he mentioned that to the Biden administration.
And now this is what happens.
Yeah, even Donald Trump said, and there's clips that you can pull up. Donald Trump says the minute he heard him complain about the migrants to the Biden administration, Trump said that dude will get indicted.
And there he goes.
There you go.
Well, so I think it must be that what they sign up for, and it sounds like about the path of the devil. They sign up for, you get all the riches, all the fame, all the wealth, but you do what as I say. When I say it, how I say it, you step one toe over the line and you're burned just like a CIA asset. You're done. That's it.
That's it.
But if you do what I tell you to do and you stay within the line,
The parameters.
right, then you're fine. But the minute you have a thought for yourself, that's it. But my thing is, what was that toe over the line that Diddy, what did he do to piss off? Because if you think about it, because the whole thing is this conspiracy of why these actors and all these things have these weird sex parties is to get dirt on them, right? And this is a CIA tactic, right? Because what they've always done is to get blackmail, to use that to, use you as an asset to do whatever they want you to do, right? So why burn their guy that is doing that work for them? Who else do they have? They must have
now
names. They must have names in the Rolodex.
A person who is the guy, or not the guy, but the entity that's taking Diddy down.
I would claim that it's the CIA, and the reason why I say
But
that
is that the entity that put him in jail? Is it the CIA or the FBI?
Well, let's see.
I believe it's the FBI.
Well, it might be the FBI, but they also said that
I'm going somewhere with this.
Okay.
Because I believe, if I'm correct, is the FBI went in, raided his home.
Yes.
And all this stuff, right? They did that. But I think this is just smoke and mirrors. We are now under the microscope for the assassination attempts against Donald Trump. Let's divert. Let's nail this guy and get away from the attention. You understand what I'm saying?
No, I get that, but they have so many people that they have blackmail on that they could have, released.
Yeah, but Diddy's a big name.
Well, I understand that, but I mean, they have big names. They don't have any shortages of big names.
They how do I say this? They got a guy. He was an easy target. It's an easy target.
I mean, yeah. Well, here, look. Let's look at this. This is a while back. This is Kanye West speaking about Diddy. This was about a year ago, before all this happened. Check this out.
Poison me. And by the way, y'all done already fuck with me so much. Y'all already black mirrored me. You already made everybody think I'm crazy. You already took my family away. You already separated all my friends. I don't got no celebrity friends. Because when I was on TV, on Instagram saying, I don't know where my child is, and the Kardashians kidnapped my daughter in public, and I didn't have the address of my child, none of these niggas that want to say something
Travis
now.
gave you the address, though?
Travis gave me the address. Right. But as far as Meek Mills, Puff Daddy, whoever, none of these niggas, all you fake hard niggas, fuck you. Hold on. Okay. All you fake hard niggas, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck because you can't shoot nobody anyway. And the reason why you got to talk is because you did a deal, you fucking fed. You know what I'm saying? That's why you got to.
Because you did a deal, you fucking fed.
He's an informant.
He's an informant. That's right. He's an informant. At least he's
an informant.
Right.
And usually,
but the thing is, I mean, my questioning is, if he's an informant and a valued asset to the FBI, why would they burn him? Because who are they gonna put in there to replace Diddy?
Oh my God, they got tons of people.
Like who?
Tons.
Who do you think will be the next person up?
There's so many. Jay-Z Why not Jay-Z?
Yeah, apparently him and Diddy didn't make out or kissed each other or something like that.
There's so many. They got so many avenues where the FBI can penetrate. You know, all these high-end clubs, high-end clubs that a lot of illegal shit is happening, but nothing happens to them. The reason nothing is happening to them is because the owner is an informant, and they leave him alone so they can get information. The same thing with Diddy. You know, it's he's how do you say it? Disposable. Let's burn him. You know, next. You know, and divert your attention. They're disposable people to the FBI. It's not like
I don't know. I
like
guess.
Diddy. Like Diddy and the stuff that Diddy is doing. He's not the only one. There's a lot of things going on, especially with celebrities.
There was Jeffrey Epstein, and you have Hugh Hefner. You have
yeah, but there are names out there that we will never. I mean, for Christ's sake, we're talking about Vince McMahon. Even him,
right,
was like.
But
so
who else do you think
besides Jay-Z? Besides maybe 50 Cent? All those, they're all compromised. They're all these people.
So you think 50 Cent also is running?
I'm not saying he is, but
I'm saying, like, who do you think is running girls and doing this whole sex trafficking thing that could take over the Diddy empire flawlessly?
I think the Diddy empire is a speck. It's a speck on what's really going on. This is Diddy's an ant. He's just
well. Here's another person that I think might be on the list here, and it might surprise you, but it may not. I'm gonna play this.
More shaky.
Yeah, right.
They don't get a lot of like that testing it live in front of people. That humility that comes with that.
You don't, and it's tough. I was talking to another actor, and it's tough because see, I'm a comic who became an actor, so I'm cheating. You know what I'm saying? I can go do this, and I can go. I'm gonna be in St. Louis tomorrow. You know, doing some jokes, so I can. You know, I can get my thing off. But just actors.
Now, one of the things that they mentioned about the Diddy parties is that the participants were filmed, right? Because he had hidden cameras all over the place.
Right.
Check this out.
It's tough.
Well, you figured out a way to balance 3 careers. You can sing too. I mean, you could do anything. You're a weird guy in that way. You got a lot of weird talent yourself. You're talking about Justin Bieber and Chris Brown. You've got some weird ability to shift too.
It's not only, but I've been fortunate in the fact that now things have opened up. Like, you know, back in the day, like you could only do
one thing.
I would never forget. Keenan Ivory Wayans told me, he said, "Yo, what's with the singing shit?" Yo, you Wanda, motherfucker. I can't see you trying to sing and shit. Or I would try to sing it for a girl. I'd be like, "Can you see that love is real?" And the girl be like, "Oh, Jamie, stop. You too funny in the face. Your face is too funny. I see Wanda singing to me. You funny. That's cornball. Stop." So I was like, fuck, maybe I'll never sing. You know? So I was doing, of course, the stand-up, you know, doing the Wanda shit. And then it wasn't until literally I was throwing these parties at my crib, and I would always throw parties for like musical guys, you know. So I threw a party for Puff. Puff comes and big party. It's like 2,000. Puff is there, and it's all about him. And I'll never forget, he got mad at me a little bit because I would follow him, and I would actually follow him with a camera, because at that time Puff was the biggest guy in the world. You know, you couldn't even get in his parties. So the way I would get in his parties, I show up with a camera. Like, yo, Puff, you need to document this shit. And he turned around, "What's up, Playboy?" I said, "Yeah, let me get that, man. Ain't nobody getting this." And it wasn't back in the day with the, you know, with the camera phone. I had the big fucking Canon that you put on your shoulder and the light and the shit. I said, "Let me change the battery. Let me get all this shit right." So at one point I told him, we were actually in Philly, and he was throwing a party, and he said, "Yo, Playboy, this party's $1.5 million." I said, "Like, for what? I mean, what are you saying?" He said, it costs $1.5 million to throw this party." I said, "Puff, oh my God, I love it. The party's amazing. Yes, the mayor is here and everything." I said, "But that's too much money. I said, you come to my
The mayor is there.
place in LA, I'll throw you a party for $400 that will rival this party. And he got a little mad because, you know, he was like, yo, no, I'm known for this shit. Don't front. I said, no, I'm not. I respect you. I said, but LA, I just know how to get around. So he gets to LA and he calls me early in the morning. Yo, Playboy, make that shit happen.
And wasn't Jamie Foxx part of like some kind of weird controversy because he like kind of like got some kind of illness, some mysterious illness that he was.
Yeah, that people say that he was sick. and
Yeah.
he was- yeah.
Wondering what connection that might be, but yeah, he gives a little bit of insight on the Diddy parties here. Hold on. And he does it for a bargain. For a bargain.
Cool. I go in on my phones. And by 12 o'clock in my small house in Tarzana, and God bless my neighbors that live there, I'm no longer there. I know they wanted me to get out of there because I was too much. But the party's fevered pitch, and I invited the right people, you know, the right girls who were beautiful, but not too tight, not too, you know, just everything was great. The guys, wasn't no haters there, you know, because LA could, you know, man, fucking, cuz. No, one of that. It was the right guys, and he shows up. And when he shows up, he goes, that's the girl on that TV show. Oh, that's the girl in the movie. I said, yeah, we're friends. It's like we all hang out here, so it's like, you know, it's all good. And that's the girl kid. I said, yeah. I said, but look at the party. I said, look over there on the table. I got Kentucky Fried Chicken, but I put it in a nice plate. I got Coca-Cola, but it's just in a pitcher. I said, we're at $280 right now and counting. I won't go over 400. And he had the most incredible time, right? But at that party was all musical people, and I did it for a reason. At that party, Missy Elliott, of course, she had her room. Everybody's going crazy with Missy Elliott. I'm going to my garage, and there's two guys, a little guy like this and a tall guy. The little guy goes, yo, B, yo, it's like this all the time, B? I said, yeah, who are you? He said, we the Neptunes. My name is Pharrell. I said, yeah, man, I heard of you. That's how long ago this was.
Wow.
So he's like, can I? I said, just go ahead and have a great time. There was another guy standing on the wall, green jacket, like a green little jumpsuit. Nobody was talking to him. Guess who it was?
Who?
Jay-Z. Nobody knew. I said, what's up, man? Yeah, what's going on? It's just a great party. You know what I'm saying? so Jay-Z, you know, no one knows. But, and now the way I got into the music, however, is that all these different parties was going on. And I would have like different musical people leave me music in my little studio that I built. I went and got this great studio built in the back of my house. And so one day, in comes this kid, backpack on, jaws busted. Who is it?
Who?
It's Kanye.
His jaw's busted from like a car accident, right?
Kanye walks in. And I said, who's that? They said, oh, that's that new motherfucker Kanye, man. He about to be the shit. I said, what do he do? Well, he produces, but he also raps. I said, well, anybody come to my house, they got to perform. So I said, yo, man, they say, you rap shit. He rapped the most incredible free. I don't know if it was free. It was incredible. I said, I don't know why you aren't famous.
He did it with a broken jaw?
He had a little jaw was a little swollen. I don't think it was broken, but it was a little swollen because it wasn't too long after that accident that he had, right? And then he goes, I got a song that you'll be good on. I got this song I know you could kill it. I was like, me? Song? Goofy Face? Wanda? From a Living Color? He said, yeah. I said, oh shit, cool. So we go in the back. Where my studio? I got the studio in the back. So he sings. He says, the song's gonna go, she says she wants some Marvin Gaye, some Luther Vandross. So I said, I got it. She says she wants some Marvin Gaye. He's like, what are you doing? I said, well, I gotta put, the R&B on it. You know what I'm saying? I'm a real singer, I've been singing. He says, don't do that. Don't just sing the song because it's hip hop. And I said, okay, cool. So I begrudgingly sung the song. I'm thinking, song's whack. He's not gonna make it. So I went off. I did a bad movie. I come back about 6 weeks, 8 weeks later. That song is #1. My boy goes like, you remember that song you said wasn't shit? It's #1 in the country. And then that's how I got into the music. So long story.
So that's how people get things through these parties, right? They meet people, there's certain people.
Absolutely.
And
it's marketing.
That's marketing, right? So you have that.
But I thought you were going to get to like, who is the guy who's going to...
Jamie Foxx is saying that he knows how to do the party just as good as maybe Diddy, and he could be the next guy up.
Again,
In fact, he did it for a bargain. He said he did it for less than $400. Meanwhile, Diddy's spending millions of dollars to do these parties. So
anybody, they could, the people you least might think, people you least, it could be a guy who's an angel.
Well, Diddy actually gave the recipe to one of his parties. Did you see that?
No.
Well, he did it live on Conan a couple years ago.
What do you do to make just an amazing killer party? Because mine, no one comes. Wrong thing. Okay.
This is what you need to do. Women, beautiful women. Beautiful men for the ladies, of course.
What about...
You can't force a square peg into a round hole.
That's the story of my life, my friend. You have a lot of celebrities
okay,
at your...
First you have to listen. I'm giving you the menu. We need alcohols.
Right.
Alcohols.
Right. Not just one alcohol.
Alcohols.
Right.
Got to keep them there.
Right.
You need locks on the doors.
Okay, this is sounding kind of dangerous now.
It's a little kinky, but
yeah.
You need a lot of heat.
Heat? You mean that physically the place has to be hot?
You don't have no air conditioning.
No air conditioning. No. Why is that?
Heat affects the alcohol, and it also affects, like, everybody gets a little bit more comfortable and loose. Builds up a nice little sweat.
People start getting gets kind of sexy. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you sexy. New word for you. And you need me, of course.
Yes, you spice up the party. What do you do to make
locks on the doors? Nice and hot.
But again, I thought you were going with somewhere where you. So you think Jamie Foxx might be in that?
I think so. I think he might be in that. Yeah.
You'll be surprised.
I think so.
You'll be surprised who can be involved in this depravity.
Not only was Jamie Foxx one of the people documenting this, but he was also one of the people that were doing his own things. So,
well,
and like
time will tell.
One of the big first things that he said was, "You need the right girls." So I mean, he's like, there can't be one way to this.
But as far as why burn Diddy, he's disposable. It's a diversion. It's Lord knows why they burned him, and Lord knows he probably
There's a piece. I feel like there's something that if we just go back in time and just like piece everything together, there's a piece that we're not missing. That we're missing.
You never know. Maybe the reason he's going down, it could be as simple as even maybe Kamala was at his parties.
It could be,
or whatever the case may be. They know how to operate.
And you know who else is getting swept into this as well? Mr. Ashton Kutcher is getting swept into this. Diddy
party stories. They're our favorite genre of anecdote. If you have one, yeah. Wow. Okay, I've got a lot. I can't.
Hold on. Let's see. Because apparently, Ashton Kutcher attended quite a few of Diddy's parties.
So,
which one of his co-stars, that did that 70s show, was arrested for being a pervert as well. You know that, right?
I don't know that, but none of this surprises me. When it comes to Hollywood, none of it surprises me. None of it's like, what? No. They're all into that shit.
So it could be, you put all the celebrities on a dartboard, throw at any one of them, and none of them will surprise you.
No.
Just because they're in the movie somewhere or in something.
They all have dirt. They all did dirt to get to where they're at.
Yeah, so apparently he has gone to a lot of Diddy parties here.
Can't tell that one either. I mean, like actually,
he's trying to go through what Diddy story he can give, and there's a lot of stories that he couldn't give about their parties.
Cycling through the Diddy party stories, man, that was like some weird memory lane. Diddy party stories, they're our favorite genre of anecdote. If you have one, yeah. Wow. Okay, I've got a lot. I can't tell. So, I can't tell that one either. I'm like actually cycling through them. Diddy Party.
So there's a lot.
I mean, I've heard some pretty bad stuff where Diddy took this girl, and she's actually suing him now.
Mm-hmm.
He took this girl, he drugged her.
Okay.
After she was drugged, they bound her hands and feet. When she came to, she was being raped by Diddy and his friends. They videotaped it. I mean, it's disgusting what this guy was doing.
And then one final piece here. There's some footage of Justin Bieber. I mean, they have this footage from Justin Bieber. That we all probably have seen before.
Yeah, so as soon as you turn 16, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let you rock this every time you come to LA. Yeah, this gonna be yours. So every time you come to LA, it's a little dusty, but you know, come get the front shot of this.
Man.
Get that out. Minute.
Woo. Okay.
Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna be driving this next year.
Yeah, when you get 16, you come down there, you gotta, you know, wear your seatbelt.
I mean, I'm 15. You could ride in the passenger seat. I got my permit. Not yet.
No.
All right, 16.
You're not ready.
16.
Let's slow down. Let's slow down, Jess.
Okay.
Let's slow down, okay?
One step at a time.
But yeah, the keys is yours when when you get 16. You good to go.
I'm good to go.
Yeah.
All right.
Then when you get 18, you get the house. You get the mansion.
Okay. I get the mansion.
Yeah.
So where are we off to now?
Where would you like to go?
I mean, wherever you want to go. Where are we going?
So check this out, yo. Justin, you ever seen the movie 48 Hours? Right now, he's having 48 hours with Diddy, him and his boy. They're having the times of their lives, like, you know, where we hanging out and what we doing. We can't really disclose, but it's definitely a 15-year-old's dream. You know, I have.
In light of what happened, you know, you can see that this is not a. So you have this, but there's another video. Let me see if I could quickly find it here. So of Justin Bieber, later in life, he's caught on camera doing something a little strange. People are making assumptions. I don't know if you can clearly see what he was doing, but hold on, let me see. It's not showing up on YouTube, so let me find it on the websites here. Maybe this is it. See if I can find it here.
You know, literally, I got no interest in these people at all. Literally.
Well, I'm putting this up here
they could all go to hell, and I'm not gonna miss a fucking thing about these people.
Well, I'm bringing this up because this is, you know, putting pieces together.
I know
to find out who the Vince McMahon might be.
I know, but what I'm saying is, a lot of people they're like in shock, and they're like, "Oh my God, Diddy, this and that." Who fucking gives a shit? These fucking people are scum.
Well, it wasn't very long ago that I told you that I believed Hugh Hefner was the original Jeffrey Epstein, and you scoffed at that. You were like, Hugh, nah.
Because he operated for such a long time with impunity. Like, you know.
I know. But
and I knew that there was
still an awakening within you to see.
I knew that there was a lot of depravity going on. I mean, who didn't know? You know, the Playboy. Now, when you talk about human trafficking, which is what I equate and which is what Jeffrey Epstein was doing.
He has done that too.
I never put that as far
I
as
mean, same
you,
thing with Diddy. I mean, nobody would have thought he was human trafficking. Maybe you got some girls to go to a party or whatever.
Well, I don't know about human. I wouldn't have thought about human trafficking, but after what Epstein did, like
the Rosetta Stone,
nothing surprises me. And ironically, wasn't Jamie Foxx one of the guys on Epstein's list?
I think so. You see, that's why I have him as one of the next candidates. But check this video out. See if you can tell me if you can see what the internet is aflame over and what they're seeing in this video. This is at a Diddy party.
So now videos are being leaked.
How convenient. It's always towards the end of the cast when I'm trying to just squeeze in the last few bits of Come on.
Leave it alone, because the more you mess with it, the worse it gets. Just let it cycle whatever it has to do.
It's so strange that it played everything else, but a 25-second clip it can't seem to do. Come on.
Let it cycle.
This is ridiculous.
The powers that be don't want you to show this clip.
They don't, but I don't understand why. It's already been seen by enough people. Come on.
Maybe it's the source. Where are you getting this from? X?
This is YouTube.
I would go to X.
Yeah, maybe it is the source. Let me try another source here. Let's see. Let's try TikTok. See if that does anything for us. Let's see. Wow. So, okay. They're only showing a clip of it. But they're questioning what was going on here. Because clearly this guy is Odell Beckham Jr. He's a football star for the New York Giants. And then Justin Bieber was, down on his knees in a little odd spot, and they were questioning what exactly was going on here.
I thought he was sitting down.
No, apparently he was on his knees.
And what's the little odd spot?
Well, I mean, he's in front of his member, and they're claiming that that they had forced Justin Bieber to perform oral on certain people.
That's a little too. That's stretching it right there. That video is stretching.
Well, that's some of the rhetoric. So it says here. I'm not pulling this out of my ass. This is what people are saying. Recent talks about a resurfaced video of Justin Bieber and Odell Beckham Jr. have stirred the pot, especially amid the scandals involving Diddy. Resurfaced video, none other than Justin Bieber and Odell Beckham Jr. at what can only be described as a party to remember or perhaps to forget, has sent shockwaves through the celebrity world. This video, brimming with enough gossip to fill 1,000 tabloid covers, has sparked quite a controversy. Why, you ask? Well, it allegedly shows our favorite pop star and the NFL sensation in a rather compromising situation. Most importantly, this drama comes particularly turbulent time for Diddy, who currently
is embroiled in a serious allegations relating to sex trafficking investigation. Candace Owens also chimed in, sharing her belief that Bieber is being exploited in this scenario. She emphasizes her concerns about the troubling implications of the footage. Just as Diddy finds himself in hot water over serious charges, the internet is buzzing about a clip that has gotten everyone talking.
Even Mike Tyson is in this shit.
Yeah.
Diddy's the ultimate creep. Even Mike Tyson was afraid of baby oil hoarder and the resurfaced.
Yeah, he had 1,000 bottles of baby oil. The footage in question, originally shared by the Daily Mail, seems to hail from Justin Bieber's 22nd birthday bash in 2016. In the clip, Sean Combs, the bad boy mogul himself, gifts the young singer a stylish bad boy entertainment jacket. If that wasn't enough, the video then cuts to a scene of baby singer partying with the NFL star Odell Beckham Jr. on what appears to be on New Year's Eve. Fans have taken this as a cue to speculate widely whether something more than a friendship was brewing between the two. But wait, there's more. The timing of the video's resurgence is subtle. Just a few days prior, Diddy was arrested by the Homeland Security on charges that included racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking. However, he has pleaded not guilty to these allegations. If these claims hold any water, Diddy could be looking at significant legal consequences, including criminal investigations and lawsuits. Yeah, so apparently they're saying that he was forced to be giving fellatio to other
and that guy he was doing that, supposedly doing that to, he's a NFL star.
Yeah.
Well, that's a dumbass dude. That dude is stupid. You get to a place that you probably work so hard, and you're gonna go to a party and do bullshit like this.
I mean, the promise of more money. That's the
Jesus Christ.
At the promise of more money. But that concludes our conspiracy.
Well, before we go to the conclusion, I wanted to play the UFO clip that we teased.
Oh, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. It concludes our conspiracy. But now we have our UFO segment. And unfortunately, I haven't had enough time to create a nice little theme for that one. So we got the classic, which is our UFO segment.
We're picking up heat reflection off the trees. Looking directly overhead, one can see an opening in the trees plus some... Here, straight ahead, in between, there it is again. Straight ahead, in between, there it is again. Oh, that bot, there's some type of strange flashing red light ahead. That is yellow. Weird. It appears that he may be moving a little bit this way. Reflection suits straight ahead. Looking directly overhead, one can see an opening in the trees plus some... We're picking up reflection off the branches under gravity. Looks like someone came off about 15 to 20 feet up.
So,
I truly have a disdain for Hollywood. To the point that I'm probably going to stop watching freaking movies. Like, thank God I don't listen to any fucking music coming from Bieber and Diddy and all them fucking things. I can't believe these guys make the amount of money on the crap they, and then I'm so jaded against this.
Yeah,
there's so many more interesting things out there. Like there's, we got comets coming up above pretty soon, visible to the naked eye.
Mm-hmm.
We have Apophis. There's so many more interesting stuff than who the fuck cares about Jay-Z and Diddy? Who fucking cares about these people? Like, give me somebody who does heart surgery. Somebody who's at the edge of... These fucking people are just scums of society making money off dumbass fucking people over the bull. Their songs are not even... I mean, at least in the 70s and even in the 80s, there was a message. But this mumble fucking rap and all the crap, man, I gotta disdain. Like,
well, the only reason I'm paying attention to this is because this is leaving clues to who the Vince McMahon is, who's the guy behind the curtain. That's the only reason I'm paying attention at all.
Wholeheartedly. What I don't understand is the people that pay to go and go to these parties, that pay to listen to these people's music, that, you know, literally piss themselves if they see them live. Like, dude, you're being played with this crap. This is all this. As a matter of fact, the fact that Diddy's maybe an informant, you know, this is what's distracting everybody. This is what's getting, you know, paying attention to Diddy and his stupidness, or Jay-Z and his crap, instead of you paying attention to what really matters.
Right.
You know, I just can't believe people like this shit. At least back in the day when hip-hop was hip-hop and I was young. But as you very well saw in that crowd where he was getting the keys to the city, they were mostly like adults in this crowd. Like, I don't know. Anyway.
Well, it didn't seem like they very much knew much about Diddy anyway.
Yeah,
they were just New Yorkers running by.
I have no interest in the dude. Thank God I've never invested anything that has to deal with Diddy. Even Kanye, like, who the hell will buy shoes that cost you $2,000 because this guy made it?
A lot of people, apparently. A lot of people. But that being said, before we get into
Schwarzenegger is one of my heroes. I'll go watch his movies and stuff like that. But am I gonna go out and buy a pair of Arnold Schwarzenegger sneakers for $2,000? Get the hell out of here.
Well, with that being said, this is our UFO segment, and before we get into actual UFO news, I have this clip here because SpaceX.
Before you play that clip, play a commercial because I gotta make water.
Oh, you gotta make water. All right, so I'm gonna play a little commercial here for you.
The worst health crisis we're facing in more than a century. Don't tell your supporters, don't be afraid of COVID. Everyone should be afraid of COVID. Don't tell your supporters, don't be afraid of COVID. Everyone should be afraid of COVID. Everyone should be afraid of COVID.
I came in peace. I just want to say they gave me Regeneron. We have hundreds of thousands of doses that are just about ready. And if you're in the hospital and you're feeling really bad, we're going to work it so that you get them and you're going to get them free. And especially if you're a senior, we're going to get...
Everyone should be afraid of COVID. Everyone should be afraid of COVID. Everyone should be afraid of COVID. Is there no one who can tell them don't do this?
Welcome back, folks. Welcome back. As Mr. Anesto Morado is going to make some water, I'm going to play a little bit of this clip here as he returns back here. So I want to play some of this. This
Jared,
amazing clip.
who, like I mentioned before, will be referred to as EV1. Behind him, we can see already in his new seat, pilot Scott Kidd Poteet. He will be support 1. Moving around in front of us is Sarah, who will be EV2. And then just out of view underneath the camera, but I think you can see her visor, is Anna Menon, who is support 2.
Dragon SpaceX, we're on backup sensors. Repeat HUD checks.
Crew's going to check out those heads-up displays one more time real quick.
SpaceX, head checkouts and backup sensors on. Copy, good HUDs. Returning to primary. Stand by for helmet camera checkouts.
I love how everyone looks so calm and collected right now. I think that's a great visualization of just all the extensive training that they've gone through to get to this point. This has been years in the making. I'm sure they're excited, but everyone's focused.
Dragon SpaceX. SpaceX's go for spacewalk operations. Report visors down, ready for secondary O2 flow initiation, and crew is go for spacewalk.
Verify your visors are closed.
Dragon SpaceX initiating secondary O2.
And with that news, our EVA has begun.
Dragon SpaceX, a reminder, after the initiation of primary O2 flow, EV1, EV2 will need to adjust Vox threshold low following primary O2 flow initiation.
EV1 copies. EV2 copies.
Dragon SpaceX, secondary flow purge complete. Close secondary O2 valves and report ready for suit pressurization.
EV1 closed. EV2 closed. 1-1.
So Anesto just joined us here. And
what are we watching here?
So what we're watching is a very special video. Is SpaceX world's first civilian spacewalk.
You see? Now that's something I'm interested in. Who the hell, who gives a shit what happens to the royals in England? Gives a fuck. Who gives a fuck that this lady, oh, she has cancer? You know what? A lot of people get cancer.
Right.
You know, who gives a fuck about the royals? Same way who gives a fuck about Diddy? Gives a fuck about 50 Cent? You know what I give a fuck? How I can feed myself and my grandchildren, their future, and everything else is like, so what?
Well, this is so SpaceX is doing a civilian spacewalk. So somebody paid to do this.
Now this is interesting. This is technology. This is pushing us forward, and this is absolutely.
So take a look. Look, what would you pay to do this?
As you can hear, we do have a crowd gathering outside of Mission Control here in Hawthorne.
They got their helmets
in their excitement,
on.
somebody dropped a cup. We can see our commander,
But,
Jared.
before they put the helmets up, look how cool. Like they had their visor. Look how their visors look.
Plays one more time real quick.
They have it up.
Checkouts on backup sensors on.
Copy, good heights.
Look how cool that is. It could
Stand by
just-
for helmet camera checkouts.
I love how everyone looks so.
It's just a little thing you pull it down and then.
Let me see how they put it on.
All right, let's see.
So calm and collected right now. I think that's a great visualization of just all the extensive training that.
Let's see. I'll scoot ahead a little
Verify
bit.
your visors are closed.
Dragon SpaceX initiating secondary O2.
And with that news, our EVA has begun.
Dragon SpaceX, a reminder,
They don't
after
show
the
it.
initiation of primary O2 flow, EV1, EV2 will need to adjust Vox threshold low following primary O2 flow initiation.
EV1 copies. EV2 copies.
Dragon SpaceX, secondary flow purge complete. Close secondary O2 valves and report ready for suit pressurization.
EV1 closed. EV2 closed. 1-1 closed.
All right, so scooting ahead here because
Copy.
time is of the essence.
Out that tiny window there in the forward hatch, knowing he is going to have a much bigger window in just minutes. There is our first view of the forward hatch, wide open to space.
If you just jumped
Wide
in,
open
we are
space
38
right
minutes
there.
into today's spacewalk, and the hatch is open on Dragon. First view from a helmet cam, looking out.
Dragon SpaceX, we see it stalled. EV1 is go to continue.
Hatch is open.
Transition back from under the display.
SpaceX copies. We're with you in your helmet cam.
Go up.
Once again, this helmet cam, that structure we see is the spacewalker. This is Jared now egressing through the forward hatch of Dragon Resilience. These are the first views of the first ever commercial spacewalk. I have a feeling the crowd is about to go wild.
back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, Earth sure looks like a perfect world.
Pause. You know what will be running through my mind as I go out and see the Earth?
What?
Who gives a fuck about Diddy?
Oh,
Who
man.
gives a fuck about some 2-bit hip hop producer?
That really got you burned up.
Who gives a shit when look what I'm looking at? Now that, my friend, it's something like,
So look how he's seeing it.
wow. Who gives a shit about the Royals?
Pitch and roller 3, yaw into 2. Switching. Single-handed operations are fine, static, and with dynamic disturbance. Switching to left hand.
So these are the suit mobility checks that Jared is
Single-handed
performing.
operations, dynamic and with disturbance, are all adequate. Test matrix 1 complete. HUD check, 5.3 psi, 48% RH, 33.9 Celsius.
Pause. Who gives a flying fuck about Kim Kardashian? I mean, really. Look what I'm looking at. I'm looking at our planet, our vulnerable little blue planet. I'm out here in space. I'm looking at that. And some people are worried about Kim Kardashian.
That really got you.
This is what should be on mainstream. This is what people should be excited about.
Right.
This is something like, oh, there's a special going on. And that should bring tons of ratings. But no, we're preoccupied with a whole bunch of rich people flaunting their money in your face.
And this one only got 569,000 views.
And if you go and see what's the guy's name with all the scribbling on his face?
Post Malone?
Who gives a fuck about Post Malone? You think I'm gonna spend $1 fucking on that? On a guy whose face is all scribbled up, that when he's like 75 years old, they're gonna be like, yo, what the fuck did you do to your face, dude?
Oh,
Who gives
man.
a fuck about Post Malone?
Oh,
Paying
man.
nigga hundreds of dollars and thousands of dollars to go see this guy. Dude, please. This is interesting. This is what's got me hooked.
Yeah, so would you participate in this though?
It'll take I would absolutely love to do this. But when it comes to heights and that time, I'm kind of a coward. I admire the people that can do that. I really do. I'm total admiration. If you can guarantee me, which is kind of a cop-out, but if you can guarantee me safe passage up there and me do the spacewalk, and then I'm going to come back in one piece, even then I have some pause. I'm as much as I would love to do it, it's just scary to me, but I would love to do it. I definitely would.
Well,
I admire these trend-setting pioneers that have the guts to do that type of stuff.
I got a trend-setting pioneer right here. What do you think of this person? The split tongue.
What I think of this person,
Blue tongue.
is let me see you when you're 75 years old. In an old folks home, and people are gonna be like, yo, what the fuck did you do to yourself? I mean, you're messing with God's creation. Look at that. That's an abomination. That's total. I mean, you want to do this to your body, fine. That's all on you, but I think
Wow, look at what she looked like beforehand.
Wow. Look, God made that. The Lord made that. And she made, look at that. That is horrible. I'm sorry.
Hola.
Hi.
Uy,
Don't be afraid, I don't bite. Or maybe I will bite.
¿No hablas español?
No, I don't talk Spanish. But you can learn me some words. Some dirty Spanish words. Talk dirty to me in Spanish.
Amazing.
Amazing. That's not Spanish. Say something in Spanish.
That's sad. Like, that was that's her right there. Wow.
Yeah. A trendsetter.
Trendsetter.
And apparently it's of a community that, that does this. Yeah.
If it makes you happy, I don't agree with it. I don't understand it. I believe I was born one way,
but they're saying that maybe aliens walk among us. But I mean, people like this, I mean, these are, I mean, could it be that the aliens that we know of are?
She intentionally put her nose like that. She like chopped her nose.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You think that's normal?
No, it's not normal.
She went from a beautiful young woman.
Yeah, look, before and after right here.
Wow, that's sad. Look how beautiful she is. And she altered herself. I could see, like,
I see this thing is the same way I look at Michael Jackson. Like, you went from a nice, handsome young man,
yeah,
to this disgusting, morphed.
This guy was a good-looking dude, and he went and transformed himself. He looked like that. He looked like a zombie.
Like,
I mean, Howard Stern, I think, had him on the show one time.
Mm-hmm.
And Howard Stern talks about, like, he's talking to Howard Stern and his nose fell off.
Oh, my God.
Like, his nose literally fell off.
Wow.
Sad. And
yeah.
And it's another thing. Like, I'm seeing the most altercation that I've done to my body is I got an earring. I got an earring. That's about it.
Wow. Like, it started slowly with this woman, it looks like. So she was getting face tattoos, and then she got a full face tattoo.
If that's what's making her happy.
And they went to this, and it looks like she did her eyeball. Oh my God. That's crazy.
I mean, dude, sometimes I enjoy like blending in the background and just sitting in my car, smoking a stove, watching people walk around, and even sitting at a car.
She has a blue tongue.
I enjoy sitting in the park or sitting, somewhere incognito, smoking a cigar. Nobody knows who I am. But this woman cannot go anywhere. Imagine this woman going on an airplane on a flight.
I mean, I think it was like, it must have been that she was getting attention before, and I guess she must have hated it. I don't know. What would prompt somebody to do that?
That's scary. She looks like some kind of demonic thing. Is like,
yeah. So, and then she got skulls and bones and aliens all over her body too. So, yeah. So now, what do you got for us? What kind of?
well, just a little report from.
All right. And before you get into that, I just wanted to tell people that we are 1,668 followers on our Instagram. So we're growing every day. We're growing.
Who can you see if they left us any kind of messages or anything?
I do see here. Looks like it was you. Who's this? Jewelry. Somebody trying to advertise. What's this?
Fornecemos notebooks para uso pessoal ou empresarial, tudo testado e revisado por nossa equipe especializada. Este notebook é apenas um exemplo de como ele é enviado e embalado. Todos que fornecemos possuem processador de alta velocidade Core i5.
Unfortunately, it's in Portuguese, so it's hard to determine.
I sent an attachment. What is the attachment that I sent?
This one.
Oh, okay. My little.
Well, it kind of looks like, as a matter of fact, it kind of looks like that girl that just did all those alterations.
Well, this is an actual robot.
And then let's see what we got going on here. 13 months in 1928.
This is why I've said the dates that they are giving us are incorrect. We used to have 13 months, 28 days, and 1 day of rest, even in the Bible. So look, we have 13 lunar cycles of 28 days, 13 zodiac signs. Every turtle shell you'll find, 13 sections in the middle, and 28 notches along the side, all to keep us disconnected from these natural cycles of our realm. Listen to David Strait explain it more.
Our calendar is not quite right. We're supposed to have 13 months of 28 days, with one day, the day of resurrection, Easter, as a neutral day. That's our 365 days. We've actually got 13 constellations, not 12. This same calendar is very close to the Mayan calendar, but it's also very close to several ancient Sanskrit calendars. What does sept mean?
7.
7. I thought that was the 9th month. What does oct mean?
8.
What does nov mean? What does dec mean? It's supposed to be the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th month. Jan is 11. Feb is 12. March is 13. April is our first month. Babies are born in the spring, the 1st of April, Easter. This is the start of our new year, is the start of spring when the flowers start coming up, the grass starts coming up, the trees start leafing out, the babies are born. That's the first day. Our neutral day, day 1, the day we rest and celebrate the resurrection, the new beginning, the beginning of Christ. April is month 1. And then we lost a month in there. Where is it?
This is why I've said the dates that
Yeah, that was shared to us by one of our Verdugas, Miss China.
Is that your significant other?
Yes, it is.
Oh, well, thank you, China.
And I wonder what the 13th month was, but
he said it.
Which one?
He said the 13th month was Dec is December.
All right, March is the 13th. But
Right.
what is the other month? What's the month that we're missing?
So April, June. June being what?
So it's April, May, June, July.
We're gonna have to research a little bit on that. It's quite interesting.
Let's see. In 13-month calendar, what is the missing month? Soul.
So
Wow, soul. We're
Which is
missing the
sun.
We're missing the sun, or I just saw soul, and it just gives me like, are we missing our soul? We're missing the soul.
April. So they have it here. He said that April will be our first month.
Right. So it'll be April, May, June, soul, July, August, September. But even this is wrong. Right? Because
It's out of sequence.
Right. September, October, November.
Sept means 7.
Right.
So Sept would have been where soul is.
Right. Very interesting. Each month has exactly 28 days. So the 364 in total, 1 or 2 extra days a year, which ends up being...
Because we're right now on the Gregorian...
I believe so, yeah.
Calendar.
Is the 13-month calendar system is the most common example is the International Fixed Calendar, also known as a 13-month calendar or the Cotsworth Plan. In this system, each month has exactly 28 days with 13 months in total.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Anyhow, we're at the end of the cast.
So what was that last report?
The little report that I had. Let's see.
Is it in the Trello?
It's in the Trello.
All right. Under 103.
Show me the Trello. Because I lost. I don't know what I did with my Trello over here.
I don't know if you're going to be able to read any of this stuff.
Yeah.
UFO news?
On 103?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Let's see.
Did you see him fall from the thing? Oh my God.
No, that's not it.
What the fuck is this, cuz?
We seen him drop out of a fucking mothership.
Oh, well.
That just flew
That's an
away.
interesting one as
And
well.
These things.
Motherfucking things off. And now they're forming shapes.
Oh my God. We fucking watched it drop out of the fucking ship.
We watched this
Oh
shit
my
come
God.
out of the motherfucking
Oh
mothership.
my God. What the fuck is
And
this?
now this shit is cuz. I can't make this up, cuz. Y'all share
I've
this
seen
shit
something
right
like
now.
that before.
Share this motherfucking shit, cuz. I can't make this shit up, cuz. Now, I'm currently downtown Denver. I'm in Colorado, cuz.
Where
Look
they
at this
say
shit.
the airport.
Nigga,
Listen,
y'all see
do
this
your
movie?
research.
So on the truck, which one was that one that you put on?
UFO. So it'll be on UFO news then.
Yeah, that's the one.
All right. Here we go.
A newly released image has surfaced showing a UFO that was shot down by a U.S. fighter jet over Canada in February of 2023. And it depicts what's described as a cylindrical object hovering about 40,000 feet above the Yukon just days before it was taken out of the sky. On February 11th, 2023, a U.S. F-22 fighter jet fired a missile at the object after it was first tracked flying over Alaska days earlier. Officials from both the U.S. and Canada began monitoring the object once it crossed into Canadian airspace, leading to Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau giving the order to shoot it down just after 4:50 p.m. But what exactly was this object?
So the reason I bring that up is, of course, it's interesting that, fighter jets were witness to this UFO. But it seems that the more we progress, the more this UFO business is permeating through the mainstream media. And I really believe that if, and I say if, but in my heart of hearts, I know aliens are here. We are being visited. UFOs are real. I saw one right above my house, and there were several witnesses. My daughter-in-law was there, my wife and I. We saw this. Was this a man-made vehicle? That's up for speculation. But I really believe that pretty soon, maybe in my lifetime, we shall get this revelation that the aliens are real. So with that said, folks, wow, we are almost at the 5th hour.
It's been a long time since we got to the 5th hour before. So we got it here, episode 103. We've diverged a lot in the beginning, but we brought it all, wrapped it up nice and neatly for you towards the end. And now it's time for our final segment.
Turn off the light, take a deep breath, and
I'd like
relax.
to finish with ohms. This is not a cult or a religion. It's just ohms. Okay, we're going to relax our breath. This is meditation pose, lotus pose, whatever you want to call it. Don't be afraid of your own voice. You're in your house. Make some sound. No one cares. You're basically massaging the central nervous system, which, trust me, needs massaging.
Welcome, folks, to the end of the Paramid podcast. For newcomers, this is how we end our show every single time. We end it with an Om. And just to piggyback on my sentiments about Jay-Z and Diddy and what's the guy with the scribble face?
Post Malone.
Post Malone came. All those celebrities, they don't really care about us. They care about us spending money on them. But we saw a guy do a spacewalk. When you see something as fragile as our pale blue planet from a distance, everything else is just irrelevant. You know, why have wars? Why have conflict? Why oppress people? Everything comes into perspective when you see something as beautiful as what God created, which is our beautiful little pale blue planet, planet Earth. So with that said, we end every cast with a prayer and an Om. And I have found this little prayer that embodies everything that the Paramid podcast wants to emulate.
Okay.
So with that said, it's been like the 4th show now that I've said the same prayer, and I think this is gonna become a staple for us. But at any rate, here we go. Holy Father, fill me with your divine light and overflowing positivity. Grant me the strength to radiate love and joy in all that I do. Guide me to attract positive energy and repel any negativity. May your presence uplift my spirit and bring home to those around me. Amen. Bring hope. I'm sorry. To uplift my spirit and bring hope to those around me. Amen.
Amen.
Take a deep breath. And Om. Exhale. letting go of all that negativity that we listen through the podcast of current events, all that stuff.
We hit everything. This cast, we didn't miss a beat. We hit everything.
We hit everything. Let's pray for peace. Let's pray for that this impending World War III doesn't happen. Let's wish that everything that's going around the world, the elections, everything, whatever happens, let it be for the betterment of planet Earth and for the betterment of us, the human beings and everything that inhabits this planet. Let's hope for peace on Earth. Love your family. Love your friends. Let's have a terrific week, and we will see you next weekend. Remember, set your clock by it. We're gonna hear us ramble every Sunday, and you are encouraged to participate, comment on the show, and be part of the show. Send us pictures, send us whatever you want at theparamid@gmail.com, and hoping to see you next week.
That's
Peace.
right. Well, if the universe is infinite, how do you take a week off and you forget?
How can I forget? Always remember, if the universe is infinite, then so are the possibilities. And the paranormal is all around us. You just have to look closely.
That's right, folks.
Thank you, John, for my birthday wishes. Thank you all. Hoping to see you next week. Now I can say it. Peace.
Peace. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. It was a wonderful podcast. This is Pablo Morado.
And
signing
I'm Anesto
off.
Morado. Peace.
Peace.
All you have to do, all American mass media has to do, is to unplug their bananas from their ears, open up their eyes, and they can see it. There is no mystery. There's nothing to do with espionage.
I feel dumber every time I hear you speak, is what she said last time. If you actually think about that, I understand why she feels that way. But that's the dumb or the stupid criticism. That's a new one for me.
The Illuminati, people say is a troll.
It's not a troll.
What?
That's true, because it's true. But it's also true. That's true. Load today.
Yeah. How long did you gone with YouTube and the podcast?
We've been on it for 2 years.
2 years now. Okay. Well, that's a long time already.